Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. It is August 10th, and what I'm going to do is we have the wonderful team from Visit Tuolumne here. They're going to give us a presentation later, but I'm going to invite them to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning.
some very specific issues regarding the mandates that have been already in place, so a precedent, and some of the ones you guys are considering now. I think most relevant to that would be that the CDC director, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, has just come out and been making the rounds on the news stating emphatically that COVID-19 vaccines do no longer stop the transmission of COVID. Therefore, taking that and juxtaposing that against a plan to test only unvaccinated and a presumed negative for the vaccinated, they won't have to wear a mask, they won't have to test, but now we know they can be infected and most definitely do transmit COVID-19. So with this process in place, if this was to be our process, you would only derive new cases from the unvaccinated. The vaccinated would be presumed negative, even though they can be infected, they can carry it. Some news agencies have characterized them as possibly super spreaders. So not testing the vaccinated is completely ignoring a vector of possible infection and spread of COVID-19. And again, this is relevant to the Delta variant. We have a new variant called the Lambda variant. It is from Peru. It was found last December of 2020. Now, as of June, it is a variant of interest to the CDC and the World Health Organization. The Lambda variant, according to a preprint study from Chile, has been shown to be vaccine resistant, meaning that vaccines do not affect its cycle of infection and transmission. This is the Lambda variant. Nothing has been done on this yet. Everything that we're hearing is on the Delta variant. The Delta variant has found ways around the, vaccines, and people are still being infected and they are still transmitting. That being said, I do not see any kind of testing procedure that only focuses on the unvaccinated, asymptomatic vaccinated at that, as being effective or in good faith. Because again, it will only drive positive cases to come from the unvaccinated, enforcing a narrative that the unvaccinated are the threat. They are not. Everybody is a threat. Every human can be infected, vaccinated or not. This is true that we know this now. This is going to get worse when the Lambda variant, which you will see and hear about, it is a new strain of interest, becomes more prevalent and infecting us here. It is highly infectious and vaccine resistant, meaning it will go around the vaccines. So you can have people with their 2 shots, fully vaccinated, even a booster, they will still be able to be infected and transmit COVID-19 to their peers and people in the public around them. So I do not understand the directions for creating mandates that favor the vaccinated and disfavor the unvaccinated.
I have to stop you there. I'm sorry.
Very well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi, thank you for letting us come and speak. My name's Penny and I'm from Sonora. I lived here all my life. Just wanted to share my story of wearing a mask. After we went back to work last year, 3 weeks into wearing a mask was my first trip to the ER. I've never had asthma before. After that, I switched to the face shield. 7 months later, several more trips to the ER, my last day of work. The paramedics had to come and carry me out to the ambulance, and that's when they discovered pneumonia. I have permanently damaged lungs now because of wearing a mask and a face shield. I have to take medicine every day just to breathe. When the smoke gets bad, I am down for days and I cannot breathe. Anybody with asthma should not wear a mask because it is debilitating. It could cause, more severe health problems or anything. We do need to take care of our own health. And I pray that you guys don't think that our health is a political issue, that we don't need to determine our health choices. But for me, wearing a mask or a face shield is practically a death sentence. I could go into respiratory failure. I do go into respiratory distress every time, but just wanted to share that with you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And as a fellow asthma sufferer my entire life, I can say that I've worn a mask these past 18 months, and I haven't shared the same experience with you, so I'll just say that. Thank you.
Knowledge has had several other patients come to him and have the same problems.
All right, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ed Greer. I moved here first in 1985. My kids have gone to school in this county, and I concur with just about everybody here that what's happening today is more political than it is a concern for our medical health. And like the person said before me, decisions are being made from people who aren't even in the medical profession or don't have that much experience. So it's very concerning that we're not listening to the real science that is being ignored. And so my concern right now is that we would begin to start thinking like rational human beings and Americans who take our Constitution seriously. And when the government starts mandating things and telling us what a person can and cannot do, that's very concerning, because where does it stop? If you start there, there's no end to it. So I would like you to consider those thoughts, think rationally, think scientifically, and think constitutionally, because we're at a crossroads right now with what our government is trying to do to this country. And so if you would take that in consideration, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors and the public. My name is Kristen Milhoff, and I'm the Executive Director at Area 12 Agency on Aging. And with me today is Chris McCoy. She is our program coordinator for our Aging, Disability, and Resource Connection, and she has some exciting news she'd like to share.
Good morning.
Good morning. Area 12 Agency on Aging and Disability Resources Agency for Independent Living, DRAIL, have partnered to develop an emerging ADRC, Aging and Disability Resource Connection, called ADRC of the Motherlode. The emerging ADRC of the Motherlode will create a network of organizations that will engage in person and family-centered planning and provide responsive and comprehensive information about referrals for long-term supports and services. The information received will enable people with disabilities, older adults, and their families to make informed choices regarding the supports needed to live with dignity in their home and be fully included in their communities for as long as possible. As Kristen mentioned, our emerging ADRC of the Motherlode is very excited to announce that we have developed a new online resource directory. This online resource directory will provide information on many services and programs available to older adults and people with disabilities in Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, Mariposa, and Tuolumne counties. The website address for this new resource directory is https://adrcofthemotherlode.myresourcedirectory.com. The website address is also on the handout I provided you, as well as a few pages describing what an ADRC is. We are currently in the designation process with the state of California. Once we are designated as an ADRC, then I would like to return and give you a full presentation about our ADRC. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Morning. My name is Gotslor. I've been a resident of Tuolumne County now for over 10 years. And I'm from Israel originally, which I'm trying to go back to and visit without having to be quarantined for most of the time or chipped, vaccinated, whatever, all the different things that are going on in this country. And I just wanted to say my ancestors, my great-grandparents, unfortunately were killed in the Holocaust. They had to wear the yellow stars. You all know about that history. And unfortunately, it's really scary for me. I've been having nightmares lately about where this country is heading. So many people, so many immigrants like myself have come to this country for freedoms. So I just implore you to really think about that when you're mandating people in the county or anywhere else to take vaccines that they don't want. Obviously, if they wanted the vaccine, they would have gotten it. If they don't want it, why shouldn't they have the freedom, like any human being should have the freedom to say no? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so would anyone else from the room like to speak? Otherwise, we'll go ahead and give the folks on the phone an opportunity. Okay. Yes, come on down.
Good morning. My name is Joan Fetterman. I've lived here a really very short time, and I just noticed that someone mentioned Dr. Vandenbosch, who was and is actually a developer of vaccines. I've heard him speak many times very movingly that his concern about the blitz of vaccination during a pandemic or an epidemic is his concern. It's not so much the vaccine itself, it's that level of inundation of the vaccine affects people's immune systems. So we have people who are, whatever the percentage is, 57% of this country has been vaccinated, whose immune systems actually are affected. And so they are not able to fight off, just normally. Their normal immune systems are not working. So I think that's really important. If you're going to look at anything, that's been mentioned by one of the presenters. I would really recommend that you look into what he is saying. Because, not to go on and on, but he is not an anti-vaxxer. He is a vaccine developer, and this is his concern. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we have some folks that have been waiting patiently on the phone, so we'll go ahead and give them an opportunity to speak.
Hello, my name is, am I being heard?
Yes, good morning.
Oh, hello, board members. My name is Alex Abarca. I am a mental health professional and have been so for over 20 years. Moved to the area about 6 years ago with my family and 2 children. And I was planning on making this meeting in person, although I see patients and it's very difficult for me to leave the office. So I want to give a couple of perspectives. One perspective is from the mental health component of these COVID-related policies. I was listening in to the various speakers that spoke in front of me, and everybody bringing up good points in regards to what we know of the COVID now, a year and a half later, and of course the different opinions on various factors in that regard. But I just want to make a real simple comment here. The topics of forced treatments, especially when they are unapproved, is a very serious matter that I think the Board of Supervisors should take seriously. I'm actually surprised that legal counsel for the board has not considered the documentation that's very clear that these treatments, whether they be so-called vaccines, that are not vaccines per definition. This is an mRNA technology that's experimental in nature and only approved by the FDA under the emergency use authorization. And as such, vaccines, masks, and testing fall under the jurisdiction of that law, which clearly states that an unapproved product has to be, the people that are affected by this product have to have clear informed consent and have the option to accept or refuse the administration of this product. So that applies to all 3 of the subsets of COVID-related policy recommendations. And that's something that the Board of Supervisors should take very clearly, because there are lawsuits that are currently in place in that regard. And I'd hate to see our local county officials personally accountable for such. We now know that there are deaths and serious injuries reported under the vaccine injury reporting system of the CDC. So, in other words, people are being harmed and hurt in a very severe way. People's parents, children are dying as a result of vaccines. That is well noted in the literature. So, any forced or acts of coercion against any employee from their employer is simply beneath what we should be doing. It should never be allowed. Informed consent is paramount, and the fact that Dr. Surjenko himself is not highlighting
Thank you.
that
I have
as
to
a medical
stop you right
practitioner,
there.
I have strong concerns for that regard.
All right, thank you. Okay, good morning. You're here with the board. Good morning. We can hear you if you're still on the phone with us.
Good morning. My name is Ellen Beck. I am a member of the local League of Women Voters Observer Corps. I will be observing today's meeting via Access Tuolumne because of health concerns. My role as an observer is to gather information. I will not be commenting on any issues before the board. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. All right, any other folks on the phone waiting to speak? Okay, we'll go ahead and close oral communication, and we'll move on to staff reports. Are there any staff that would like to speak? See Debbie shooting up out of her chair.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Debbie Batista, the Register of Voters for Tuolumne County, and I just want everybody to know that ballots were mailed out yesterday from Sacramento, so voters in Tuolumne County should start receiving their ballots in the next day or so. That's a week earlier than is required by law. Thank you to Brad and the Community Service Unit from the Sheriff's Office. They opened up all of the drop-off boxes, so one can drop off ballots in the drop-off boxes. Legally, one cannot vote at my office downstairs at 2 South Green Street till next Monday. So if you come in, we'll have to tell you no until next Monday. But if you want to drop off your ballots, you can do that at my office. And everybody should be looking for their voter information guide from the state, because this is a state race and not a local race. All of the candidates' voter information and their statements will be in the state guide, and they were also mailed out yesterday. So everybody keep looking out for their information. Remember, September 14th is Election Day, but I would really appreciate it if I got your ballot earlier than September 14th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Michelle Jaquetta, Public Health Director. Sorry, Dr. Surjenko can't be here today. It's not our formal presentation. Oh, hello. And Rebecca Espino, our Health and Human Services Agency Director. We don't have a formal presentation this morning, and Dr. Surjenko is not with us, but I did want to just provide a brief COVID update for Tuolumne County. We continue to see a very high case rate in Tuolumne County. Over 48 per day per 100,000 population reported yesterday was our 14-day rolling average, more than double the statewide case average. This is the highest case rate we've seen in Tuolumne County since the start of the pandemic. Of note, my EPI team just pulled some information for me that they've been working on, and I wanted to share that the case rate for vaccinated versus unvaccinated, the 14-day average for vaccinated was 13.5, and the 14-day average for unvaccinated was 76.2. We received 8 whole genome sequencing results yesterday, all of which were the Delta variant. So it does take quite some time for us to get those results back, and we just wanted to share that we did receive those finally yesterday. This rise in case rate is impacting our healthcare system. As of yesterday afternoon, there were 21 Tuolumne County residents hospitalized. This is the most we've seen locally through the pandemic. Over the weekend, Adventist Sonora had up to 23 COVID patients, with 4 in the ICU, and none of those individuals were vaccinated. Among their hospitalized patients as of yesterday afternoon, 2 were in the ICU and 1 was on a ventilator. The number of cases hospitalized is more than a third of the available beds at Adventist, and this has led to the hospital to cancel elective procedures. This level of cases obviously puts a strain on our hospital and our other healthcare providers, and as we mentioned during the surge we saw in the winter, this poses a risk to our healthcare system in being able to provide care to individuals with other health issues. Just wanted to mention a bit, everyone's aware, and obviously it's clearly a concern, is the state health orders were for healthcare workers and healthcare facility visitors were issued by the state last week, including the requirement for workers in the healthcare setting to be vaccinated. We continue to coordinate with the state as well as our governmental agency and healthcare partners to gain a full understanding of the orders and how they will be implemented locally. Vaccination continues to be the most important action that individuals can take to protect themselves and those around them. The numbers speak for themselves. Public health vaccination clinics to continue in-house and through our mobile efforts. Clinics can be searched and appointments can be made at myturn.ca.gov. Also wanted to share that we'll be out at Black Oak Casino this Thursday from 8 to 4:30 with a break between 11:30 and 1:30, and that's open to the public. And we'll be back there next Thursday, the 19th, from 1 to 4:30.
When you say you'll be at Black Oak Casino, is that for a pod?
For a vaccine clinic, yes.
So there'll be a vaccine clinic. Could you repeat that?
Yep. Black Oak Casino Vaccine Clinic this Thursday, the 12th, from 8 to 4:30, with a break between 11:30 and 1:30. And they will also be there next Thursday, the 19th, from 1 to 4:30. And we'll also be at Pinecrest Lake on the afternoon of Friday, the 20th. And again, appointments and other clinics can be viewed at My Turn. So, also want to update, the plans are underway to relocate the state testing site back to the Motherlode Fairgrounds before the end of the month. And we will share the specific details as soon as they're confirmed. The site's currently at the Tuolumne Memorial Hall and open additional days, now Fridays through Tuesdays, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. It's unfortunate that I share today that the pandemic continues to pose a risk to our community. We can all take steps to layer on those protective measures: getting vaccinated, wearing a mask in public, keeping your distance, getting tested, and answering the call. Partner with public health to reduce the burden of disease in Tuolumne County. And Dr. Surjanko's not here, and I am not the subject matter expert that he is to delve into scientific arguments. But if there's anything that I can try to answer for you today, I can do that, or bring them back to him and let you guys know.
Questions?
Not a question, but I don't understand why we're discussing an item that's not on the agenda. I think our job as a board is to listen to what the community said.
It's a staff report.
When it's,
It's just,
but you specifically asked them to come up and address issues. So are we discussing an item, or
So-
is this simply just a staff report?
I saw public health sitting in the back. They're giving a staff report. That's
Okay.
it. And so she's asking if we have questions.
I made my point. I think I made my point clear. When this is on the item next week, we can dive into it.
Any other questions? I mean, I don't understand your point. I mean, you can ask staff
I
questions.
guess, no, I don't have any questions. My point is, I'm getting a little confused because at the beginning, you wanted them to speak to all their concerns, but we
What?
don't have Dr. Surjanko, or like she said, so
No.
I'm just making it clear.
It's not very clear, but yeah, I would just say, you said that it's impacting the healthcare system, that a third of the beds in the hospital are related to COVID right now?
correct.
Okay. And we're at twice the state average for daily infections? Is that correct?
Correct. Yesterday, the 7-day rolling average was 22 for the state and 66 for Tuolumne County, but what I provided was 14-day rolling average.
And I didn't have time to check this morning, but are we still #1 in the state for our infection rate?
I haven't checked this morning either. I have to go back and dig through data, so.
But we were yesterday and the day before and most of last week. We were #1 in the state for our infection rate, correct?
I believe so.
Yes. Okay, that was all the questions that I had. Thank you very much.
I guess I do have questions. Last 2 or 3 board meetings, I asked for data on statistics. I still haven't gotten those. So if public health wants to go back and look at those questions that I asked and provide those statistics at the next board meeting, I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other staff reports? Okay, I don't see anybody shooting up. Okay, so let's do our consent calendar before we do our first 9 o'clock appointment. I'll look to our board clerk to go through those items and see if any board member would like to pull an item for discussion.
Okay, bear with me one moment. Item number 1, approving the minutes from the August 3, 2021, August 4, 2021, August 5, 2021, and August 6, 2021 meetings. Item number 2, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3398 was published August 7th, 2021 in the Union Democrat as required by law. Item number 3, approving a grant application to PG&E's Better Together Resilient Communities Grant, including letters of support. Item number 4, awarding a traffic signal maintenance contract to Bear Electrical Solutions Incorporated for a 1-year term with the option for up to 2 2-year extensions for the work described in the invitation for bids for contract number 1750, Tuolumne County Road Traffic Signal Maintenance 2021, authorizing the board chair to sign the contract. Item number 5, adopting resolution 6921 to approve the bylaws, accept changes to membership, and modify the name from Tuolumne County Homeless Advisory Committee to Tuolumne County Commission on Homelessness, and requesting the chair to sign. Item 6 was pulled earlier.
Okay, would any board member like to pull an item?
Number 3.
Okay. Just 1 second here. I might want to pull an item. You can indulge me. Yeah, I'll just go ahead. Let's pull item number 5 as well. Okay. All right. So is there any public discussion on the items on the agenda minus item 5 and item 3? Okay. Anyone on the phones? All right, bring it back to the board for a motion.
I move that we approve all of the items on the consent calendar except for items 3 and 5, and also acknowledging that number 6 was pulled.
Second.
And thank you for remembering that, item 6. Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Half, a second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Oh,
roll
you're
call.
right. So we need to do roll call. Apologies.
Okay, Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Half,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll go back to, was it item 3? Yeah. So we'll go back to item 3. Good morning.
And Mo, do you have to read it first, Heather?
Yeah, she'll need to read it one more time, and then we'll go ahead and get started.
Okay, item number 3, approving a grant application to PG&E's Better Together Resilient Communities grant, including letters of support.
All right. So Mo, I know you could talk for days about this item and what's going on. The question I had real quick was, and thank you for answering my question in the email. My question is, moving forward, are there any other areas or departments that could be applying for this grant? Or I just don't want to be missing the boat on other opportunities instead of specifically just CRC. So what's the grant deadline, and are there other areas that we could be asking for granted monies?
So the grant deadline, you do have some time, is Tuesday, August 31st. They have to be submitted online.
Okay.
PG&E, so there's 2 categories. One is for a planning grant, and that's up to, I believe, $50,000. I don't know, I don't think they specified how many grants they're going to give away for that. And as far as building and project money, they're going to award 4 grants up to $100,000.
Okay.
So for other projects or other programs that can apply for this in the county, I don't know. I mean, this was just generically sent out to broad audience. It wasn't specifically targeted to the CRCs. I just happened to find it.
That pretty much answers my question. I just wanted to know if there was other areas we could be applying for the grant as well.
I don't know. I don't know. It's up to the creativity in other departments and if they think they have a project that fits this niche. I don't know.
Okay. All right. And I would have emailed you back, but I didn't read it until this morning. So
No,
thank
it's
you for
okay. It
answering
was
the
a quick
question.
turnaround. So
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was it. So unless anybody else has questions.
No, I was just going to, I'm sorry, just going to make the comment, I'm supportive of this particular grant application, but as Supervisor Kirk mentioned, if there's other opportunities where we can look, for other departments to submit, that's good. And you said the date was August?
It was August 31st.
31st. So we have a little bit of time, but not that much. I mean, time goes by quickly, so.
Right. Any department that would like to submit an application needs to go through the application process, and it wasn't required, but it's highly recommended that letters of support be added to your application. It does take a while to go through and thoughtfully produce a really good application. So if we have any departments out there that are interested, they probably need to get started, because I would highly recommend that they receive a letter from your board to be included in their application.
So I guess my question is, we have one more board meeting before the 31st, is that correct? Next Tuesday, correct? So if we were going to have another application, and if it was looking for board support, we would need to see it on the agenda next week then?
But on that note, I don't mean to interrupt, can other departments even apply, or is this specifically county can get up to 100,000, and this is the ask completely right here?
Any department can apply. PG&E is only giving out 4 applications.
Okay.
Totally in the state of California.
Oh.
So
what I don't want to do is cut your feet out from underneath you by having other people apply.
Yeah, I am trying my best as your staff person to try to not rely on the general fund and get funds outside of this to help pay for costs.
So that's why we're talking. I don't want to have another department apply, because then that would cut okay.
For example, when we did the Senator Feinstein and Senator Padilia's application.
Okay.
We had, unfortunately, we didn't get funded for that, but yeah, we submitted a lot.
All right. I think it would have been cool if we could have reached out to other departments to see what projects, but we're ahead of that. You're moving forward. This is what we have and what we're submitting. So I think I would recant what I say, and I guess we should just move forward with this, since we've already got so much time and energy and staff time into it. So, okay.
I concur. I mean, obviously the centers are in districts 3 and 4, so it's supportive of the centers there. So, thank you.
Any questions for other board members, comments? Okay. Is there any public comment? All right, bring it back to the board for a motion.
All right, with that said, I'll move on item number 3 to approve the grant application for PG&E's Better Together Resilient Communities Grant.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mo, for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Half. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry
Roll
again
call.
with the roll
Aye.
call.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, we have to go through roll call.
I know.
Supervisor
Keeping
Goldenberg,
me stuck to
Aye.
the rules.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Half,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Could you, so motion passes 5-0. All right, would you please read item 5 once more for us?
Item number 5, adopting resolution 69-21 to approve the bylaws, accept changes to the membership, and modify the name from Tuolumne County Homeless Advisory Committee to Tuolumne County Commission on Homelessness, and requesting the chair to sign.
Good morning.
Good morning, Tuolumne County Homeless Prevention Coordinator Kalei Brown. Do you have some questions?
Could you move a little closer to the mic?
Sure, is that better?
That's much better.
Kalei Brown, Tuolumne County Homeless Prevention Coordinator.
So my little shorthand is if I point to your mouth and then the mic, then
Okay, thank you.
that's my little trick.
BOS shorthand. Did you have questions about?
So could you please go over what this entails and the process of how this recommendation came to the board?
Sure, so we have had a total of three committee meetings. We have adopted our bylaws, and we have elected our chairs and made a few changes, including the name. So we bring that to you today for your consideration.
What are the changes that are being proposed?
So first, we would hope that you would adopt the make a recommendation that you adopt the bylaws for the homeless prevention homeless committee, advisory committee. And then we would also recommend that we add 2 representatives from the affected population. And also then we recommend that you change the name to Commission on Homelessness, Tuolumne County Commission on Homelessness.
So I guess I'm okay with all that. I'm kind of hung up on what is the difference between a commission and a committee? Then why are we changing the name? I'm kind of looking to county council.
So I was hoping that Supervisor Brennan may comment on that, as he was part of the ad hoc committee that created those recommendations.
Absolutely, Clay. I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, is that fine?
Yeah, of course. I'm trying to
we got a
understand.
little delay on here, so I'm trying not to interrupt. Okay. So this was from the Tuolumne County Homeless Advisory Committee. We met to form bylaws after our initial meeting, and this was basically to structure the group's procedures and policy a little more detailed to make sure that obviously with a larger group, we're going about it in a pretty organized and procedural way. We met, I think, 5 different times, about 3 to 4 hours in this ad hoc group, going over this in detail, brought this back before the entire advisory committee, and after 2 meetings of discussion, passed it unanimously. It does include, as Kalei had mentioned, a couple of changes. There are some changes to membership. I think the biggest is adding in 2 representatives of the affected population. We have previously added ATCA, which was also going to be a recommendation, but that's since been already had action taken on it. In addition to that, the group felt, I think, very strongly that it wanted to have a name that was saying that this has some autonomy to be able to work on this issue. They wanted to make it their own. And I think that's the best way I can describe it. In establishing these bylaws, in looking at the membership, and in changing the name, So we have a definition for each of those under the 2017 BCC handbook. But I'll be honest, we reviewed that material a lot. It's somewhat advisory and it's somewhat unclear. I think the biggest thing is this is some way for the group to take a little pride in the work and the gargantuan task that we have ahead of ourselves.
Any questions? Okay. Any other questions from the board, I guess?
I guess I'm still not clear the difference between a committee and a commission and why. I understand what Supervisor Brandon is articulating, that the current committee members take some pride in making this change, but I'm still not clear on what this change actually does. Is there any further?
If I may, did I interrupt somebody?
Go ahead, Supervisor Brandon.
No. Yeah, Supervisor Goldenberg, let me try and explain a little bit more on that. So I think in coming in with the name Advisory Committee, the thought was, well, is this a group that's going to be waiting for the board to put something together and then send it for comment? And with the creation of this group, that wasn't the impression that I got. That was just the draft name we kind of approved and went with. That really with this group, we're hoping they will take some of what we're doing, like the emergency shelter ordinance or developing a strategic plan on this issue, and not just provide advisory opinions on what the board's already doing, but pursue some of these things under what the board has laid out independently. And I think we felt that the term commission more accurately represented that than advisory committee. I don't think we have a hard and fast rule, like I said, but it was something that I think we all agreed on. I think it was unanimous in the ad hoc committee and unanimous in the full committee as well.
I'd like to chime in and say, think of the Commission on Aging. Same kind of thing.
And that's actually kind of the sticking point for me, is that I was thinking of the Commission on Aging, and a advisory committee serves a different role than what the Commission on Aging does, which has authorities beyond what we're giving it as the board. And that's kind of where my concern was getting at with calling it a commission, is commissions have other responsibilities and abilities, but this homelessness committee should be an advisory level to the board.
It is, and
Okay.
and I'd like Sarah to weigh in on that. I served as the liaison to the Commission on Aging for quite a few years when I was staff here. It's the same thing. It really is. But I'll let Sarah weigh in on this.
Sure. So in looking at your board's commissions and committees handbook, that you really don't have a distinction between them. Commission on Aging is unique. There is no other entity like it. It does serve as an advisory body to your board, but then it also has some power to spend some money, but that's all been delegated and authorized by your board. So when I look at the bylaws and the scope of this proposed commission or committee on homelessness, it still appears to be a purely advisory committee to your board, and unless your board changes that, then there would be no other activities authorized. So that's why the bylaws are really important, to make sure that everybody has reviewed them and is comfortable with them, because your board is authorizing that commission or committee to act.
Okay.
So,
sorry.
Yeah.
You go ahead.
To just be a purely advisory body.
And that was my main concern, is that, this is such a huge issue, dealing with the homelessness in the county, and it's multifaceted. There's many, many different things going on. There's a lot of concern out there, and I just wanted to make sure that any firm decisions would still come before the board to act upon. And with that in mind, then I have no problem with this change to the name of a commission from committee.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still a little hung up on it because, I don't want to delay things anymore, so I'm not willing to die on that hill. It's a relatively minor change. I just think it's a bit misleading calling this a commission when it really is a committee. It's not something like the Planning Commission, where Planning Commission has its own authorities. It's not something like the Commission on Aging. So I don't really think this is a commission. I think it's an advisory committee. But again, if this is what the majority of the board wants, I'm not willing to die on a hill over the name.
I would simply agree. When I look up committee and commissions, it's more of an internal thing. It's not an external, which is more of a commission. So, but if council's saying it would make sense if council's saying that the bylaws more or less are basically what a committee is. It would make sense that we remain a committee. However, I'm not going to die on the hill. The most important thing is that this is informational to the board. They don't have the authority to basically, go off on their own, which is what I'm hearing from the bylaws. And the person that I did appoint to that committee or commission after today, I had a conversation with them, and they felt comfortable with the changes and what was made. So I have to also rely on the people I appoint to those discussions. So,
okay,
I think
fair enough. Any public comments on that? This item? Nope. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Yes, come on down.
Don Nessel again. I'm particularly interested in the homeless, and I have visited Camp Hope in an effort to try to understand a little better how people ended up there and what their stories are and what their needs are and so forth. And so my question, and I agree with Supervisor Campbell to change it to a commission instead of a committee, where a committee is just a group of people who are doing research and bringing back information. I think I share your concern. But what I wanted to know is I don't know that much about this committee and missed the boat on being involved, and hope that that's not a long, haul as far as somehow getting involved. But I really think the main thing the committee should be researching is the resources out there as far as nonprofit or charitable groups that'll come alongside to help with these people individually, rather than somehow, putting them all into a box, and like some areas do, put them on a bus and ship them to another area to have them work with them. I just recently was in Los Angeles again. I was there 6 months ago. I was there this weekend. And there were homeless people all over the sidewalks. It's a very uncomfortable situation. And how the health and safety code ever allowed that to be a narrative for their culture down there, I just don't understand. But the majority of them were gone. And I don't understand how that happened. I'm going to try to do some investigation to see if it was some great idea that they used to help clean up the streets, or if they simply went around, folded up their tents, put them on buses, and took them to Santa Barbara, for instance, which has a gigantic homeless problem. So my comment is that I'd like to know how to be involved, and also to find out what the committee's bylaws are and so forth. So maybe after the meeting, I can find that's on a table here or something.
I can help you with that, Mr. Nessel. Tracy, if somebody from your office can come in or meet Mr. Nessel, so that you can give them, Mr. Nessel, so you can give them your email address. I'm on this homeless committee. I'm with Jaron Brandon, Supervisor Brandon. We're the two Board of Supervisors on this committee. Okay. So I will get back to you personally.
That's helpful. We know how to get in touch with you. You're our supervisor, so that probably is enough right there.
Well, okay. But if you want to give your email address to Calais would be a good one. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, any other public comment? All right, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board, I guess, for a motion.
I'll make the motion to adopt resolution 69-21 to approve the bylaws, accept changes to the membership, and modify the name from Tuolumne County Homeless Advisory Committee to Tuolumne County Commission on Homelessness, requesting the chair to sign.
And I second that.
All right, motion by Supervisor Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Heff. We'll have the board clerk read the roll.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Half,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. And thank you all very much for indulging me in the discussion. So that concludes everything that's on our consent agenda, correct? Okay, so do we want to take a little break, or are you ready to go right now? Short break? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 10:23. To the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. We have our wonderful team at Visit Tuolumne here with us today, and so I'm going to look to the board clerk to read our 9 o'clock appointment.
9 a.m. Annual presentation by the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau.
Good morning.
Tuolumne County.
Sorry about that. So
I'm here
I was
now.
slow on the button, so could you
All
please
right.
repeat who you are and where you work?
Yes, I'm Lisa Mayo, and I am the president and CEO for Visit Tuolumne County. And we just want to thank you for your continued support of Tuolumne County's travel industry and of Visit Tuolumne County. In your packets, you have a full-on detailed annual report that I'm sure you all read front to back. And it's also available online if you head to visittuolumne.com and go to annual reports under the members section. Presenting today are members of our Visit Tuolumne County team. We have marketing manager Jen Lopez sitting here. She's also our IT gal today. Thank you, Jen. Sarah Spoljaric is our marketing coordinator, and we are happy to have Kathy Nanadiego, our senior account director with Augustine Agency. And next to her is Monique Holcomb, who is our cheerleader today, and she is our new part-time admin assistant. So Visit Tuolumne County is the 501c6 nonprofit designated to promote our destination. Our role is to market Tuolumne County in a way that continues to increase the visitor economy, which is good for our entire community. In recent years, we have seen more and more crises like wildfire, government shutdowns, and of course, a pandemic. And as we have seen those things, we have seen our role evolve into a lot of recovery efforts being a greater focus. We have a traditional membership model with a diverse membership. Our annual membership fee is $150. While we promote the county as a whole, members get extra mentions throughout many of our platforms, including our popular vacation planner and our website. And knowing that so many businesses struggled last year, we did offer to waive membership fees for 2020, 2021. But most of our members went ahead and paid in full, and that really spoke volumes to us. It goes without saying that the past 17 months have been challenging for everyone. The travel and tourism industry was hit hard and early on in the pandemic, and we acknowledge publicly today the incredible resiliency of our local businesses and our residents. The number of new businesses that took the risk to open up over these past 17 months is just nothing short of amazing. Visit Tuolumne County is governed by a board of 13 directors, and you can see them on the screen in front of you. 7 represent lodging, 1 for districts 1, 2, and 5, and 2 for districts 3 and 4, because that's where a bulk of the lodging is. 1 of our directors represents restaurant and retail, and 1 represents an attraction, and then 4 are at large. I'd like to take this opportunity to let everyone know again about our community investment program. This is a program where we work with nonprofit groups in the county to promote and or sponsor various events or programs that encourage visitation to Tuolumne County, especially in those off-peak times. This program was recently expanded to include projects that also help improve our destination for visitors and residents alike. These might be stewardship and sustainability programs like trail expansions and trash pickups. You see some of the examples of some of the groups we've been working with recently, and One Pile at a Time is a great example of an organization we recently sponsored that's working really hard to improve our county. So I'd like to share some stats comparing the past couple of years. These are provided by Visit California through Dean Runyon Associates. And if we can bring those stats up, there we go. This is showing travel spending. And as you can see from this slide, we are on a really incredible upward trajectory. In 2012-13, we saw a little dip. That was rimfire. But then the recovery came after that and climbed steadily. And then we have 2020, and we can see what happened there to travel spending in Tuolumne County. So it took a pretty deep dive, about $100 million less than the previous year. Overall, we lost about 37% of the travel spending, but California as a whole lost about 55%. And it was really obvious through this pandemic that the rural destinations have fared far better than a lot of the urban areas. So some of the breakdowns of this travel spending, well, there's $173 million in travel spending. In addition to that, that spending has created $6.6 million in local tax receipts, $7.3 million in state sales tax, and $3.575 million in transient occupancy tax. If those taxes were to be paid by residents, it would equal $638 per household in Tuolumne County. In addition to the data that we've been able to capture from, I wanted to go through this slide as well. This shows more of a breakdown of the tourism industry within the industry. So we have lodging there, which remains pretty much the highest travel spending, followed by dining, and then followed by shopping and grocery and retail, arts, entertainment, and recreation, and then transportation and gas. And those pretty much remained in their ratios year over year. All right. So again, just in addition to the stats that we get through Visit California that we report out every year that showcase the millions of dollars in tax revenues to the county, we also want to understand more about who our visitors are. So going into the next fiscal year, we're going to be able to report on data about visitors, their origins of where they came from, their travel patterns once they get here, and plus, which I'm excited about, is visitor data of competing regions. So we'll be doing this through a program called Madden Voyage, which is an encompassing data resource. We'll be taking a look back using 2019 as kind of our banner year, and then we'll look at 2020 and use that as kind of a base to grow from and see how that all plays out. And we'll be excited to report out on that next year sometime to you. So at this time, if you have popcorn, grab it. We're going to share a year in review video. And then Sarah, Jen, and Kathy will give some more insights about various marketing programs.
Visit Tuolumne County's destination marketing strategy is one rooted in amplifying its brand throughout California, the United States, and international markets. The marketing efforts stretch over strategic partnerships with consistent messaging over multi-channel platforms. Despite the challenges faced by our community during the pandemic, Visit Tuolumne County's marketing and advertising efforts have positioned the destination well, moving full steam ahead as an active contributor to local economic recovery efforts. Here's a recap of some of the major projects and wins we're celebrating from the past year. Although the travel industry was practically at a standstill for most of the fiscal year, visitation that did occur still brought nearly $3.6 million in TOT funds, $6.6 million in local sales tax, and $7.3 million in state sales tax. Visit Tuolumne County's consumer marketing campaign, Wander Freely, continued to reach audiences this past year, pivoting as needed to welcome guests during periods when travel restrictions were lifted. Through owned, earned, and paid channels, the campaign targeted residents in the San Francisco Bay Area and Greater Sacramento regions. While the primary objectives were to increase visitation, travel spending, and overnight stays, the messaging was sensitive to what audiences were experiencing, and the results well exceeded industry standards. Tuolumne County was no doubt top of mind among potential visitors. When non-essential travel was off limits, the campaign shifted to wander locally, encouraging Tuolumne County residents to support businesses within their own community. Geo-fenced advertising promoted shopping local, ordering takeout and delivery from restaurants, and booking staycations. Additionally, weekly gift card giveaways were used as a way to engage residents across social media channels. The team also launched the Tuolumne County Healthy Pledge Program, a commitment to creating and providing a clean, safe, and healthy environment for residents and visitors. Not only did the program contribute to the organization's focus on sustainability and responsible travel, it reinforced confidence among potential travelers that they could feel safe when visiting the destination. Continuing sustainability efforts, the Visitors Bureau also developed a plan to ensure residents and visitors have beautiful and resilient places to live, work, and play. The plan is based on 5 pillars: protect the environment and cultural historical resources and regional identity, protect and enhance resident quality of life, foster a vibrant economy, provide for an excellent visitor experience, and ensure enjoyment by future generations. From in-office initiatives to more visible aspects like a Leave No Trace billboard and a partnership with the Pinecrest Expedition Academy to plant a new grove of giant sequoias in Kennedy Meadows, the team is not only sharing the message, but also living it. Visit Tuolumne County consistently shares messages about adventuring responsibly, wildfire prevention, and more on its social media channels. Various programming and content activations took place this past year, some fan favorites and some new to the scene. The always popular Tuolumne County Restaurant Week took place in January and embraced some adjustments to ensure programming was COVID appropriate, targeting a locals-only audience. 2 promotional components were the focus of the event: promote safe takeout dining options and special discounts from participating locations, and highlighting international dishes offered by local restaurants with supporting messaging of dine local while dreaming global. Tuolumne County Art Week, an inaugural celebration of arts and culture hosted by Visit Tuolumne County, celebrated the creativity throughout the community. Coinciding with California's Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month, the week-long event took place in April and featured local artists and art-related organizations. Tapping into the county's #1 outdoor activity, the Visitors Bureau developed the new Trailheads program, designed to help people enjoy the beautiful landscape of the region and position Visit Tuolumne County as a resource for all trail enthusiasts. The initiative creates brand loyalty among travelers and encourages repeat visitation through virtual badge offerings, while also reinforcing sustainability messaging. Just this past May, Visit Tuolumne County launched a new podcast called Follow Me in Tuolumne. The platform's growing audience is highly engaged, spending an average of 20 to 30 minutes at a time listening to episodes. Other wins to share include the increase in social media audiences, with Instagram most notably seeing a 21% increase year over year and a view rate of over 15% for stories, well above benchmarked expectations. The average post engagement rate was 6.74%, which is nearly 5 times the industry standard. Visit Tuolumne County also added Spotify and TikTok to their list of platforms. In total, our channels have over 52,000 followers, garnering over 2.3 million organic impressions throughout last year. Public relations efforts also continued this year, focusing on bringing the destination to visitors virtually during shutdown periods, and then ramping up with unique story ideas and earned media coverage to let travelers know Tuolumne County is safely open for business. Coverage was published in Travel and Leisure, Forbes, Men's Journal, and across Visit California channels, to name a few. This local, regional, and national coverage received a reach of over 1.3 billion and over 4.5 million coverage views. Additionally, the team invested in resources to develop a new crisis communication plan, serving as a comprehensive evaluation of potential crises for the region. Content includes a response plan for each potential crisis with specific steps to follow during and following a crisis. Marketing partnerships focused on regional, state, national, and international conversations and allowed for Visit Tuolumne County to leverage funding and capture market share with new audiences, allowing the destination to continue to build the tourism pipeline of interested potential visitors. These partnerships included Visit California, Gold Country Visitors Association, High Sierra Visitors Council, Yosemite Gateways, Brand USA, and Black Diamond. And Tuolumne County exposure didn't stop there. The region is not only of interest among travelers and outdoor enthusiasts, but also among the film industry. 2 feature films, a photo shoot, and documentary for TV were filmed throughout the county this past year. It'll be very exciting to see our beautiful community on the big screen yet again. With no shortage of challenges, this past year has put a spotlight on how important the visitor economy is to Tuolumne County. It is the largest private sector industry, bringing in millions of new dollars in tax revenues that help sustain our community's vital services and support our families, friends, and neighbors. We look forward to continuing recovery efforts, working tirelessly to bring this vital source of funding back to the region. Here's to a strong recovery, continued success, and forward traction in the coming year.
Hello, my name's Sarah. I'm the marketing coordinator for Visit Tuolumne County. I'm going to share a bit today about our social media and digital content. Can you guys hear me okay?
I'm clear.
Awesome. So the overall goal for Visit Tuolumne County's social media is, of course, to echo the campaigns and initiatives we're doing as a whole. And this year, some of the focuses were to create an engaged audience who would feel safe and excited about visiting Tuolumne County through authentic content while fostering local pride and support of local businesses. Other focuses were sharing more diverse and inclusive content, sharing educational pieces on local flora, fauna, and wildlife to help followers gain a greater appreciation for protecting and preserving Tuolumne County's environment, promoting fire safety messaging, sharing hidden gems to help disperse crowds as well. Visit Tuolumne County has 8 social media accounts we keep updated with a total of 52,000 followers across them. In September, I began creating monthly social media reports to help keep track of the growth and changes on social media. Moving on to highlights for the year. So as you saw some in the video, we also increased our Pinterest impressions from around 10,000 impressions per year to over 700,000, which I think is awesome. And we also were able to get our Instagram account verified, which if anybody's tried to do it before, it is a full-on task. So it's really cool to see that we were able to accomplish that this year. And through that, along with the blue check mark, it creates a higher level of trust from followers and potential followers, as well as some other bonuses. So for some social media campaigns we did this year, and again, mentioned in the video, there were over 2.3 million organic impressions, and this is from September through June. And organic means that it's not paid advertising, so it's things that I or the team have done in-house. A couple of these campaigns were Wander Wednesdays, which coincided with the Wander Freely campaign. We highlighted businesses in Tuolumne County that were new or adapting to COVID-19 guidelines in innovative ways, and then transitioned throughout the year to covering hidden gems in the spring. Through this, over 23 business owners were interviewed, and even more businesses were covered through roundups and videos. We also did Businesses of the Week, which we highlighted 17 businesses in the summer and fall who were members of the Tuolumne County Healthy Pledge. Through the holiday season, to correspond with the Wander Locally campaign, we did 10 gift card giveaways, which were gift cards that we purchased from local businesses, and through geofencing, we were able to give them to only locals as well. As things started to open up more in the springtime, we did a couple micro itineraries where we worked with local photographers and artists to show what other locals could do in a couple hours in Tuolumne County in different areas. So looking forward, we'll continue many of these necessary trends that were created in the past year, like showing less crowded areas, hidden gems, promoting health, safety, and fire messaging, as well as highlighting businesses of Tuolumne County even more through interviews, photos, and videos. We're going to also continue to show the resiliency of Tuolumne County. As Lisa mentioned, we are very proud of our businesses and all the new ones as well as they persevered through this past year. A couple of social media trends. So as mentioned, many story and video-like platforms similar to TikTok are continuing to gain traction, and followers across all social media, especially travel, are searching for authentic content. Visit Tuolumne County is in a great position as we have an extremely engaged audience who trusts our content moving forward. So now for digital content, which I know seems similar, but is different than social media. So in the past year, we had 20 new blogs, as well as many updated from previous years. And then we have some new platforms that we were very excited to launch this year. So we have a Spotify account, which is free for anybody to listen. We have 13 playlists, and those cover different areas like High Sierra or Gold Country. So we also share those with journalists and influencers to listen to get inspired as they drive throughout the county. We also launched a podcast, as I mentioned, called Follow Me into Tuolumne. We launched that in May for California Travel and Tourism Month, and we have 2 episodes to date. So we also signed on with CrowdRiff, which is a platform we signed on through a co-op with Visit California, and they do many things as a platform, but one of their main highlights is that they help us source user-generated content and gain and store the rights to it. So through that, we were also able to use Visit California's new platform, Travel Stories, which was launched in March of 2021. So far, we've created 15 stories, and then a couple of things I'm particularly excited about is that for 4 consecutive months, we've had a travel story living on Visit California's homepage. And the travel stories are very similar to Instagram stories or other story-like platforms. What makes them really cool is that they're searchable on Google, and each slide you can add links in as well that, of course, link back to our website. So we've also had multiple shout-outs from Visit California for creativity, and even a shout-out from the CEO of CrowdRiff, who loves our videos. So in 2020, we halted our consumer emails, and we brought them back in December. So throughout December to June, we've sent out 7 monthly consumer emails with an average open rate of 20.3%. So as Visit Tuolumne County, we have our own database of people who have reached out and requested that we send emails to them. So that's who we use for our consumer emails. And then also our ad agency, Augustine, sent out 2 sponsored emails during times that travel was open. They have their own separate database that they use for these emails, and both of their emails exceeded the industry benchmarks of click-through rates of over 2%. So I could talk about social media and digital content all day, but I will happily pass it over to Jen to talk about more traditional advertising.
Thank you. Good morning. Jen Lopez, Marketing Manager for Visit Tuolumne County. So although more and more of our budget goes towards digital advertising every year, traditional advertising such as print, TV, and radio continue to be relevant and remain important. And I'll quickly go through some of these traditional advertising platforms that we partake in. Starting with print, VTC has its go-to publications like the official California Travel Guide, which you see here, California Road Trips Guide, Yosemite Journal, and O Ranger, the latter of the 2 being Yosemite focused but showcase the gateway communities as well. These print publications allow
understand, we had a presentation from our OES coordinator, Dory Beets, about I think it was especially targeted towards tourists about, what to do in the event of some kind of an emergency. And is that going to be shown on hotel in-room TV sets? And how are we going to get that message out? And what part are you playing?
Yes, so actually today we are putting the wildfire video. We just got that Friday. That is going up on our website. We have a travel alerts page that will be on, as well as a page on safety, what to do, if there is an emergency. As far as with the hotels, we would need to reach out to them. I know they all have individual ways that they handle that, and we're happy to promote that in any way we can. We're happy to have that. If you want to add to that, Jen.
Sure. I'll just, we're going to be sending out an email to our members either today, probably today, with the link to the emergency preparedness video that was sent to us by Dory, just letting them know that it is available for them to share with their guests on their website or through their own emails, on their closed loop television stations if they have those, and so forth.
Great. I would just hope and I would request that you reach out especially to the Lodging Association and make it known that this is available for them to use in however many ways that they can. Just two more. I'm sorry, but I'm very interested in your group. Let's see. Capturing the Groveland drive-through traffic, especially in light of the Yosemite National Park reservation system. Are you planning for this? It seems like to me in my Yosemite Gateway Partners meetings that I've gone to that this is going to be a continuing thing, and we're not going to get a whole lot of notice when Yosemite National Park institutes this. So I'm wondering what kind of analysis and then work you're doing to prepare for this, to capture. We have so many, and I think it's millions of just drive-throughs through a gateway community, Groveland, and of course that's my district, so I have great interest for them, to capture some of this in terms of people staying there and recreating there, especially in light of the fact that they can't get through if they don't have a reservation. So I'm just interested in your thoughts on that.
Yeah, there is a lot of discussion, especially with the hotel properties that have had to face a lot of frustrated guests. And one of the things that as gateway, so I'm involved with a group that's very small of just the different gateway CEOs, and we've talked about trying to figure out if there's a way that we can get the national park to provide passes for the lodging properties outside the park. They provide a set amount for lodging within the park, and it just seems like kind of an inequitable program. We understand that they're in contract, and so that's part of that, but definitely trying to figure out how we can get those in the hands of our hotels. It's just not fair that a family plans, for 5 years to finally take that Yosemite trip just to get here and not be able to take it. So that would be one thing. I think with Groveland, Jen, do you want to address that a little bit more, just some of the things we have working on with drive-through?
Sure. So as far as social media is concerned, just we are making sure that we are posting that there is a day use reservation system in place for Yosemite, and just to raise awareness for that, but also just keeping the lodging properties and all businesses for that in Groveland updated with that information, and encouraging them to participate in meetings that pertain to that.
Okay, and final comment, question. You mentioned group travel, and I'm especially interested in the conference travel trade. with the emergence later in next year of the of the resilience centers in both Tuolumne and Groveland, I'm interested in how you're planning for that and doing packages between lodging and possibly renting these facilities for big events when conferences are allowed again. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure. I think that's a great idea. I don't think that we've included the resiliency centers as part of our marketing or our meeting planner, but we would love to take a look at that. It's been interesting building that planner. I think it's taken us a lot longer than we thought. It's really, really amazingly difficult to get information out of places where we feel like this would be a great meeting spot. We are going to be certainly geared towards small meetings. We belong to Meeting Planners International, and they have regional groups. We belong to both the Sierra Nevada one and the Northern California, which is basically the Bay Area. So those are ways that we hope to get that out. But yeah, we would love to include the resiliency centers. In fact, with our Outdoor Writers Conference, we could have used one of those. So yeah, great question. Thank you.
Yeah, capturing the business trade, they'll come back with their families. And so I think this is a really important segment. And my final comment is just I'm very impressed with everything that you've presented today, how professional it is. You've got a lot of different groups that you're working with to help push out the message of Tuolumne County. I want to give a special shout out to Augustine. I think they did a terrific job, over the top for as far as I'm concerned. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
All right. Few questions, few comments. I'll just go over my comments first and then a few questions. You know, I like to look at numbers and charts, and when you look at that graph where everything was going great, and then bam, 2019, and we just took a dive. It's crazy, but then when I hear things like the second quarter of TOT is going to exceed 2019, we basically went back 10 years. We went back 10 years on this chart, but in the TOT revenues, we only went back 2 years moving forward. So to me, that says that we're doing that. Your organization is doing something right to attract business. I hate this thing. To attract business and people coming up here. So I appreciate that. Again, the 36.8% versus California loss, 55 is a big telling number. I'm looking forward very much so to the competing regions. You spoke about how in the future we'll have that data. I think that'll help us when it comes to budget, but also for the community understand how we are doing better than other regions, because I've looked at those studies and shared those with you, and that's why I feel comfortable with the funding that we have for you guys. I find it interesting that you guys work with the Arts Alliance. I appreciate that. I know they're asking for money from your budget, but it looks like you guys are working with them, so I appreciate that, because arts is part of our community. But we fund you guys, and we fund you well, and thank you for working with them. My wife is an Instagram influencer, or whatever you call them. And so when I hear the numbers of 21%, 15%, 6.74, I should probably check in with her, but I believe those are really good numbers. I know the algorithms changed years ago. If she would have got into it, 5 years prior, she probably would have like 1 million followers. But with Instagram and the algorithms and Facebook, you have to be very engaged to keep those numbers active. So I understand that, I appreciate that, and it's a lot of work. It's a full-time job for her. So those numbers stick out to me. Website traffic's going up. Lots of good things. I guess the only question I have, and this is just came to mind, like radio ads, I heard a lot of the data that we're reaching out to is like San Francisco, Bay Area, or not Bay Area, but San Francisco, Sacramento. What drives those targeted audiences? Is it data, or is it, and the reason why I say that is because a lot of people who stay with us, I would say the vast majority of them are actually not Sacramento at all, but San Francisco, San Jose. And then for whatever reason, we have a whole plethora of people like coming from Washington, Oregon. So I'm just curious, where are you getting the numbers to target those specific areas?
So I can go ahead and speak to that really quickly. So those are our primary drive markets. And in these times, that's who we were targeting targeting the most. That they're in our drive markets, they can get here quickly and easily if they're able to get away for a few days, just eager to get out of the house. Previously, more of our marketing efforts were in other areas, LA, Oregon, Washington, and so we'll get back to that. But for right now, it's pretty much those areas for our drive markets, and I'm not sure if Lisa would like to
it
add.
makes sense. Drive markets. I would maybe just say look at maybe San Jose area. Just from my personal experience, I'd say 50% are from San Jose. I haven't seen anybody from Sacramento, but
That's good to know.
yes.
Thank you.
But you guys are the experts, so I'm sure you'll do well. Other than that, and then for whatever, also Seattle, Washington. I'm seeing a lot of people from Seattle. I don't know why. Maybe it's because they're defunding the police. But other than that, and I do know how to fix your day use reservation system right now with. So I won't tell you publicly. Come talk to me though. Okay. I know how to help out all those guests. Okay.
All right.
It's a wink, wink. Other than that, no, you guys are great. I love sitting on the board with you guys and hearing the conversations. And Lisa, your team, you guys are such professionals. I know things can get politically charged sometimes, and you do a very good job of staying the course and doing what you need to do. And the numbers speak for themselves, in my opinion. So thank you guys.
Well, lots of successes and a lot going on, and getting through troubled times has not been easy. On that OES video, I think you said you had a link to it. I'm not sure if that link will use when you're trying to get it into a hotel system, and if it's downloadable. If not, you can certainly get a copy.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I will add that to the email as it goes out, that another copy. I was going to talk to Dory about it, but another copy would be available that would be able to be uploaded.
To have something that you can actually, put in somebody's system.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the drive market's interesting, and really applicable during times of COVID especially. But even outside of that, my wife and I, we travel to the Central Oregon coast. It's about 12, 13 hours, but more than glad to do it and not be worrying about flights and everything, during these times. Black Diamond looks like, that's really addressing UK, Ireland. And I forget, Lisa, I know you've kind of mentioned it before, but, France, Italy, Spain, how do you market those areas?
Well, we do have, through the High Sierra Visitors Council, obviously not this past year, they put it on hold, but there is we do hire a company called NN Organization, and they're out of France. And they really have done a great job with promoting the High Sierra, Yosemite, Tahoe, those areas. So we do have that outreach through them. We are also going to be engaging in a program with San Francisco Travel, and it's an international outreach. And we have decided we could weight the countries that we wanted to promote to when the time is right. And we chose to do 50% UK, 25% Germany, and 25% France, which turns out that's exactly what San Francisco Travel is going to be doing also. So we definitely, when international travel opens up, we definitely want to look at that some more. That's, I think we've said it in here before, international travelers come here, they stay longer, and they spend more money. So it'll be interesting to see how the travel spending from this year with all the domestic, how that plays out. But yeah, definitely we'd like to get our hands out there in more of the international markets.
Yeah, absolutely. They get a lot of holiday time. So
yes, they do.
And they're not afraid to spend money, at all. They travel a lot. I recently spent some time with Lee Zimmerman touring Evergreen Lodge and Rush Creek, and we spent about 4 hours together and got a good feel for that. And I was appreciative of his time to do that. But we had a conversation, same thing as Supervisor Happ, mentioned I asked him, I said, do you have any, can you get reservations, or not? And so you indicated, Lisa, that mainly inside the park, those lodging are able to, but do you know if Mariposa, are they getting anything that we're not getting as far as their lodging? I'm just curious.
We'll do when that report comes out. No,
Yeah.
I think if they're in the park, they're part of the Aramark
Okay,
concession.
right.
And so because of that, the park has a contract
Sure.
with them. Outside of the park in Mariposa, I don't think that I haven't heard of any special considerations.
Yeah. Definitely
doesn't mean they don't
problematic. I
exist.
mean, people come with an expectation that they're going to see Yosemite, and then they're, very disheartened
letdown.
to
Yeah.
find out that they're not. So
Yeah, we've taken some of those calls in our office too.
yeah,
They're
I'm
not
sure you have.
fun. I mean, that's
Other than that, I've got and have expressed an obvious interest in the arts and anything that you can continue to do to promote them and work with not just Tuolumne County Arts, but there's other, groups locally here that are involved with, different groups, Motherlode Art Association and other ones that, put on shows and, we can, promote those, as well because they have some annual events that outside of COVID they were doing.
absolutely.
So,
Yes,
yeah.
we have as one of our new board members, Scott Vietz from Sierra Repertory Theater is one of our new board members. And actually Judy Grossman, who I think most people know, Rush and Cork, and she's very involved in the arts, is our new vice chair this year. So
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Very informative.
thank you. Thanks for the time.
Yeah. Supervisor Brandon?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lisa, thank you again for the presentation. I'm always continually impressed by the Visitors Bureau or Visit Tuolumne and everything that you do. I feel very confident, I think, in the decision the board made to maintain the current contract, given, the performance that we're seeing and the amount of money that is coming in from the TOT tax. It's really impressive. It really speaks to your marketing efforts. And that's funding that's supporting all the critical services from public safety investments, from being able to look at the library and see what we can fix, to be able to buy fire equipment. It's absolutely huge. And just in line with that, thank you to you and your staff, as well as I think the contract partners, Augustine and other agencies. You're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you.
With that, I just wanted to say one thing that I know I've heard a couple of times from people in the community is wanting to see if there's a way to collect zip code data that is a little more defined in the state of where people are coming from. I know that that's logistically a little challenging with all of the different destinations here, but if there's some way to be able to do that, I think we might get some more richer information on where a lot of our visitors are coming from, not just big cities and counties, but a little more granular. Is that something that's possible?
Anything is possible, and I think, in our visitor centers, we do have people check in, and we do ask what town they're from, and so we do have that going. But we don't get nearly the amount of visitors that actually come here, so I would be hesitant to really look at that as like this is what's happening. But I think that that's probably something. I'm kind of looking at Kathy. Yes, that's definitely something that we can look into. That will probably go along a little bit with what Madam Voyage is going to be doing for us too. It's just seeing those origins of those travelers.
Great. Yeah. And I think that could be something with the Lodging Association, even if they're willing to be able to collect some of this data from some of these places. Very useful. Beyond that, I want to also thank you and your staff for your support of all the local events, especially a lot of my district as well. The Handmade Parade, and we have the Art Walk. I know that the Visitors Bureau, Visit Tuolumne, has been a huge supporter of local arts. And not only are you on the attraction side of bringing people here, but you're helping to make sure that they have wonderful things to do when they arrive. And those are also great community events. So I really appreciate that. I like your continued support of that. A huge advocate for it, and I definitely share it to everybody that I can. That you're an awesome partner for many of these things. It'd be very interesting since we've been seeing such success. I've been looking real briefly at Mariposa County. For a 17,000 person county, they make something like $12,000 or $1,200 per person in TOT. They get $21 million a year, right? And I know we're shooting to try and get some more people coming up to Tuolumne instead of Mariposa, but there's a huge amount of growth there. And I'd be very interested in either privately or publicly or presentation, where the Visitors Bureau might see for potential hospitality development insofar as additional rooms to stay in, attractions, things that, aren't here but could be here, and how this board could support that. I know we've been doing, there's a lot of approved developments from some folks out in the eastern part of the county. If there's anything in, the other areas as well that we should be looking at. And in line with that, my last thought is I know we've been recently talking with the Historical Society, which I know you're a part of, as well as the local arts group. And I appreciate, again, just how responsive you are to everything and involved. We have so many cool things locally. The tunnels underneath Sonora, Chinese camp is kind of a cultural resource, the courthouse that we're looking at, the Casino Dome. We have just a lot of these spectacular attraction potentials. I don't know if it's possible, but having some type of grant writer specific to some of these projects, if that's something that could ever fit into some of the increases in the Visitors Bureau budget, as just a suggestion. I know that's a critical need for the county. It's obviously, potentially somebody who's very good at that can bring in millions of dollars and pursue some of these ideas. And if there's any potential there, I'd really appreciate a recommendation or kind of looking into that. Other than that, Jen, Lisa, everybody, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and I agree with the everything. Well, actually, I was disappointed that Jen, you didn't end your presentation with "Go Rams." That's an inside joke. We both went to the same high school in the middle of nowhere. Great stuff. Always very professional, very high level of advocacy on the part of Visit Tuolumne. I also kind of similar along the lines of what Supervisor Brandon was saying. I was hoping that we could, as the county looks toward business licenses, that we can work with Visit Tuolumne to have a better picture of what's going on with our lodging industry, including Airbnbs, restaurants, everything that has some kind of ancillary connection to hospitality and lodging. That would be something I would be interested in, because I see that things are changing and they're improving, but I really just don't feel like I have a strong understanding of what's going on, because we just don't have the data and the information coming into the county. So any way we can partner on that, I'd be really happy to have that conversation. And then I was going to say, it was a little bit talked about TOT, that you're funded through the transient occupancy tax. What was your budget for? Do you work on a fiscal year basis or annual basis?
We're on a fiscal year.
Okay, so what was your budget last year, and what's your budget next year?
So last year it was about 1.2 million. So a lot of that not a lot of that, probably about 500,000 did not get spent because of the marketing. And so this year we're going in with a carry forward, so it's about 1.6 million is what we're projecting for this year, which is higher than we've ever had. The quarter Q1 and Q2 are huge surprises to us. Although when you look at the Airbnb situation and that so many people were coming up here and staying weeks at a time, that definitely, they were working from them. They weren't just here for vacation. So I think that had a great impact on that first quarter. Whether that's sustainable or not, we will have yet to see. I think there's a lot of unknowns looking ahead.
Yeah. Well, that's good. So I've never seen like a profit loss statement or a balance sheet. Have you submitted that to the county or to the city?
I have not. It's probably been a year since we've done that. So
Okay.
I'm happy to share that with you.
Okay, that would be what I'd like to see.
Sure.
Next, just to kind of see, where is that money going? How's it being applied?
Yep.
Have some kind of input on that from the county's perspective.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I also wanted to, because it's come up, I think, a little bit, but we have a lot of resources. We have a lot of video footage, B-roll, photography, things like this that we are happy to lend the county for different projects. I spoke with Sheriff Pooley about for his recruitment videos if they need any things that we already have. So you're not having to go out and spend the money or reinvent the wheel. Just check with us because we might have what you need. Throw that out there. That we do have a lot of resources that we're happy to share.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from the? Yeah.
Quick question that came to mind with Yosemite being closed down. Are you hearing from a lot of the lodging industry that people are showing up to go to Yosemite? They didn't make a reservation and now they're stuck at the hotel. Is that happening quite a bit?
Yes.
Do we have like any sort of pamphlet that we could give to these lodging associations or whatnot where they, hey, yeah, you're screwed out of Yosemite, but here's 3 days you could go to Pinecrest or Sonora or Groveland or Hetch Hetchy, things while you're here?
Our vacation planner is probably the best thing that we try and make sure those are in all the hotels. And this was discussed at a lodging association meeting not too long ago. Just having all those resources available so that people know that it's not a total loss. The other thing is that Hetch Hetchy does not require day use reservations. And for years, we've been trying to get everyone to go to Hetch Hetchy. So it's an opportunity for them to go there and to still be in the park. They may not see their icons, but everybody's seen those. I mean, not everybody has seen Hetch Hetchy. So we try and spin it a little bit that, there's still opportunity there.
Cool. I'll just share one story or a couple stories where people showed up to go to Yosemite, same thing, except I'm going to tell you the backdoor sneak to get in. And they ended up visiting the area, and I had a few people say I enjoyed this more than going to Yosemite, because I went to Yosemite 6 years ago, but, relaxing a little bit more, taking it slow, going to the lake, going out to dinner. I mean, so it was a bad thing, but it turned into a great thing, so I'm glad that you guys are having that discussion with your lodging folks.
Yeah. Oh, and I saw that you were promoting the ditch system. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I don't think I want other people to know. That's ours.
We get those kind of comments a lot.
Yeah. I mean, if it's good overall, then fine, but just not too many people. Because I like the ditch system. Okay, so I'll open it up to public comment. I think we have one person on the phone, so let's let them have an opportunity. Hello, you're on with the board.
Oh, great. This is Terry Marshall from Rush Creek Lodge and Evergreen Lodge. I volunteer on both the board for Visit Tuolumne County as well as the up-and-coming Lodging Association. And I just had a couple of things to add that I thought you guys might find helpful. First of all, with regard to the crisis communications and the plan for that, to talk specifically to what happens on the ground level. I know you were kind of hinting at, would we be sharing a video that everyone could show on their TVs, on their screens, which really wouldn't be a great way to go, because when people are here, we want them to enjoy their vacation and not be constantly worried and reminded about natural disasters. So it's more important that it happen on the back end throughout the front lines of the staff who are actually interacting with our visitors. And typically what happens is at Rush Creek and Evergreen, we will update our travel updates landing pages on our websites. And we also put together talking points and education for our frontline staff. And as soon as we have that ready to go, we immediately share that through the Visitors Bureau and the Lodging Association, so that smaller companies who don't have communications departments are able to just take what we've put together and have it ready to go to share with their staff and with their guests. The other question you brought up that you might find interesting with regards to the traffic at our entrance to Yosemite. In 2011, we were at just under 400,000 accessing Yosemite through the Big Oak Flat entrance. By 2019, we've grown that number to just under 600,000 passing through our entrance. And for those of you who are numbers nerds like me and love this kind of stuff, that was a 29% growth in traffic at our gate, while overall traffic throughout the entire park only grew 14%. So that's one indication of how well the marketing is working, but then the downside is when you come into having to deal with the past situation, people are frustrated. one thing that we did this year was we partnered with Incredible Adventures to provide a twice daily shuttle from Evergreen and Rush Creek to Yosemite Valley. So you wouldn't have to have a park pass, and if the arts didn't work for you or you couldn't afford a professionally guided trip, this was an option. And it's a pilot program that Incredible Adventures has done in the 3 main gateways. And we ended up shutting ours down early because we weren't getting enough sales. And the anecdote that came from the people at Incredible Adventures is that those shuttles are selling in the other gateways, not so much in our gateway, because it appears we're doing a really good job of preparing people in advance. So although there has been frustration,
So
we
your
are
time is up, but I am
communicating.
going to look to County Council. Can I ask her to finish her comment, and is that permissible?
That is fine. You would just need to extend the comment period for anyone else who were.
Okay, are we
to
all
comment
right
on
with
this
that?
topic.
So, sorry for the rude interruption, Terry. Please continue.
No, not at all rude. Maybe a way around it is 3 minutes for me as a board member on the Visitors Bureau and 3 minutes for me as a board member for the Lodging Association. Anyways, I can wrap up quickly. So we are doing a great job because that extra shuttle service really ended up not being needed as much as we thought that it would be. The last thing is with regards to conference travel and also asking about areas of opportunity. Just one stat for you to cling to is that we looked at the numbers at Rush Creek and Evergreen, and fall through spring, we run at about 60% occupancy. If we can increase that occupancy just 10% and have 70% occupancy, that's going to generate over $200,000 of additional TOT for Tuolumne County. The way we're going about it is we've brought back our group sales manager and are going after conference travel. And that aligns with one of the pillars that Visit Tuolumne County is doing, which also aligns with one of the recovery pillars that Visit California is investing in. And so we are tapping into that area of opportunity. And as Visit California said in their latest marketing update, bleisure will be key to recovery. So exactly what you were saying is spot on. People will be traveling for business and bringing their families along. And we are very nicely poised to capture all of that business and provide a really outstanding experience. So I hope that helps. Sorry to talk so long, and I'm happy to follow up with anybody one-on-one if you'd like more details.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll see. Is there any other public comment? If so, we'll give them we'll give them 4 minutes to speak. Okay, go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board. I think this is just a report for our wonderful information and to get to see your smiling faces, your covered up smiling faces here. So thank you very much, and really appreciate all the hard work that you do and getting the word out about our lovely county.
Thank you very much.
Keep it up.
Thanks.
All right. Okay, so we have to go into closed session. So Tracy, do we want to do, I guess we'll go ahead and read all the items. We'll get through them as far as possible, and then we'll come back at 1:30. Does that work for you? So I'm looking to the CAO. Shall we read all of the closed session items, or just one specific one that you want to talk about between now and 1:30?
I think that you will only get through one of those.
Okay, so let's just start there.
Okay.
So which one? 10?
Bargaining? 11?
So item 11. Okay, so I'll look to Ms. Ryan. Could you please read item 11 for us?
Item 11, closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, and Ann Fremd, Human Resources Director. Authority, Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Okay, is there any public comment on that particular item? All right, I don't see any public comment. County Council, do we anticipate a report out? All right, so then we'll recess into closed session, and then we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back to this meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. Welcome, everyone, and happy afternoon. Happy Tuesday afternoon. So where we left, we had completed our 9 o'clock appointment, went into closed session, and so we have a 1:30 appointment today. And so I'll look to our board clerk to read that appointment for us, and then we'll hand it over to Quincy Yaley.
Okay, 1:30 p.m. presentation on the update of Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Good morning, afternoon, I meant. I've been so anxiously awaiting for my turn. Good afternoon, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. I'm here today to do a presentation and let you, the board, and the public know that we are releasing the draft documents as a part of our status update, our update of the Title 17 Ordinance Code project. I'm starting with a picture of the rear view mirror because this project started with looking backwards at our ordinance code and some of the challenges, constraints, and difficult sections of the ordinance code that we needed to recognize before we could look forward and make changes to our rules and regulations. So I'll start here with the Tuolumne County vision, mission, and values. We are certainly employing all of these in our process of updating the ordinance code. Probably a lot of creativity when we're looking at some of the challenges that face our community today. I'm joined today here with our consulting team from PlaceWorks. I'm not joined here. I'm virtually joined with Charlie Knox and Amy Sinsheimer. They are here via Zoom, and they have been working with me along with their consulting firm to produce these draft chapters. And I'm going to give the presentation, and they are there to back me up when I get some questions that I might not have all the details on. So when we started the zoning code update, we did it for a number of reasons. The first one was that in 2019, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors adopted a new general plan. The general plan is the county's constitution, not just for land use, but for a lot of other quality of life, resource protection issues that are important to our residents and visitors. And so in that general plan, there were a lot of policies and programs suggested that could be implemented through changes to our ordinance code. And so that's where we started, was with the general plan. Other reasons we're doing a zoning code update is to meet some of our housing grant goals about streamlining housing processes in a way that we can expedite permit review so we can get to construction faster. Consistency with state and federal law is a big one. We wanted to change the way the document looked so that it was more user-friendly and consistent, as well as respond to a lot of the community concerns that we get when we process development projects. So there are a number of reasons why we are updating our zoning code. And the zoning code is the more specific set of regulations that govern what can happen on a piece of property. So the general plan is much broader, has broader goals, broader policies that can apply countywide. And the zoning code is what can happen on someone's specific piece of property. What can and can't be built there, what are the setbacks, what would be a landscaping requirement, things like that. What the zoning code is not doing, the zoning code update is not doing, it's not changing any of our Williamson Act provisions. I've had that question, and that's not a part of this process. It's not changing any specific zoning on a piece of property. So if I own a piece of property in the county and it's zoned as commercial, this project is not proposing any specific zoning changes to any physical property. It's not working on any of our code enforcement changes. That's happening through a separate process. It's not changing any of our community plans. Those are currently housed in our general plan. So Tracy always likes me to give the 1, 2, 3. So here's the 1, 2, 3 plus 1 of 4, which is why we're doing this, which is, again, to implement our general plan, implement state law, streamline our processes, and make the document user-friendly. The documents that we have out for comment right now are on a platform called Conveo. We're using this for our climate action plan, and it's a great way for stakeholders and other members of the public to comment directly on the document. So this is the website. It's also on our county Community Development Department webpage. And you can go into this document and just click right on the text and comment, and it's been really great. I appreciate people who have already started to do that. And the documents that you are seeing on the Conveo website are the documents that have come straight from the consultants. They haven't gone through staff review. They haven't gone through county council review. We wanted to make sure that this is a public-driven process and that staff isn't filtering out any proposed changes before the public sees them. So we'll be taking the public comments, reviewing those, and then working with county council at that point. Speaking of public review, we have done already today quite a bit of public outreach. This project itself originated at the Board of Supervisors and has been here 1 or 2 times with updates. We've been to the Board of Supervisor Planning Committee several times and have spent some specific time working on the wireless ordinance. We've also taken the project and made a presentation, at least 1 or 2, at the Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee. We've been to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission. We have done press releases and other social media outreaches to make it known that we are going to be open for public comment on the draft documents. There's no legal minimum or maximum time frame that these documents need to be made available to the public. So we've selected to start a 45-day timeline. At the end of 45 days, September 24th, I think, then we'll take stock of where we're at. And if there's certain sections that seem fairly straightforward, fairly benign, then we will continue to process those. If there's some chapters that need significant amounts of rework, then we'll take those back to the drawing board. Our plan as moving towards adoption is that we would bring batches of the ordinance code to you so that you're not being asked to update the entire multiple hundreds of pages of documents all at one time, but that we would select a common effective date. And that way would give us some time so we could maybe do some in October, November, December, and have the documents have a common effective date so that we're working with one set of rules all at one time. This actually pays dividends in the future when we're trying to figure out what rules and regulations apply to a specific piece of property. If we have a common effective date of the ordinance code, it makes things a lot easier. So I'm just going to briefly go over some of the things that are in the code update, just from a really high level perspective. The code update is very long. I do not have it memorized. And so as we go through this presentation today and we hear questions from the public, I may not be able to respond to specifically how we're handling a certain issue that's raised, but we'll do further research, dive into it, and we'll bring those issues back to you, to your board. We're going to be at the planning committee next week, and so we can identify responses in a variety of ways. So accessory dwelling units, we already knocked this one off the list. And so this was adopted earlier, what year is it? This year, I think, and regarding accessory dwelling units. We've moved the land use permitted and conditional uses into a table format. We have lots of new definitions, and that's actually one of the most important parts of the zoning code is how we define land uses. New chapter on density bonuses and affordable housing. I wanted to bring this to your attention because I'm getting lots of questions on it, is that there's no proposed changes to the length of time that someone can stay in a recreational vehicle on private property. And another change that was made is the allowance of multifamily housing in some of our commercial districts. Other changes and additions that we're making include a massive rewrite to our wireless ordinance, which has been desperately needed. And we've added a number of new processes such as zoning clearances, temporary use permits, minor modifications. This is really in response to staff's need for clarification in the code. And by adding these types of things in, it will reduce the number of phone calls I make to county council, because when we get something that's not in the code and we need direction, we pick up the bat phone to county council looking for the expert answer. So we're hoping that some of those challenges that we've identified in previous projects will be written into our code. Some other helpful things in our code is mandating referrals to CAL FIRE. This is required by state law. Codifying minimal submittal requirements. We get a lot of incomplete applications. And when we are challenged as to whether or not something really should be submitted or really should not be submitted, we don't have it in code to mandate that we need a certain piece of the puzzle in order to process an application. One of the things that is obvious but isn't in our code is that it codifies CEQA, or the California Environmental Quality Act, and makes a relationship between our ordinance code, the processing of development projects, and CEQA. And there's some other application procedures that are new, such as identifying emergency permits. That's not something we have in our code. We kind of have to work in a gray area when that comes out. Project revisions. How do we handle project revisions? Projects get revised all the time. And we have been, there hasn't been a process that we have been required to follow, which leads to inconsistencies. And so we want to make sure that we're being fair across the board. So another big piece of the code update is being responsive to recent state housing laws. And we received, let's see, I'm just going to ballpark it at $200,000. It's probably a little bit more to support the code update efforts related to state housing laws. That's coming from 2 grants at from the state of California from HCD. So the cost of this project is general fund supplemented by grants. So it's not quite 50-50, but a significant portion of the project is being paid for by grants from HCD. And you'll see changes in the code with respect to transitional and supportive housing in what those districts, or what those land uses, where they are allowed, I should say. Also, where low barrier navigation centers are allowed. And so those changes are things that are in response to state law, not necessarily something that the county is proposing that would be unique to Tuolumne County. So the challenge then becomes is how do we review this document, because it's very large. And so the advice that I'm giving to individuals is to look at the table of contents and pick areas that you're interested in. So if you are in the farm or agricultural industry in the county, you would want to go to our agricultural land use chapters and look at what those permitted and conditional uses are. If you're a housing advocate, you're going to want to look at affordable housing, density bonuses, definitions, things like that. So you want to look at areas, start by going to the things that are interesting to you. The other place to look is for definitions. So if you have a certain business in the county, you might want to start in the definitions and see how the county is proposing or is already defining your land use and suggest changes to that. The definitions are so important, because if we get something that is not quite clear of how it fits into our ordinance code box, we use those definitions to guide us. If you already have an existing land use and you're thinking of doing something in the future with your property, you might want to go to your zoning district. What is allowed in the residential estate 2-acre minimum district, or what is allowed in the commercial recreation district? What's a permitted use or what's a conditional use that would require additional permitting? Another place to start is the approval processes. What permits are being proposed to be approved at what level? Some of our permits have a director level approval, some require a planning commission, and some others mandate a board level decision. And so that's another thing that you might want to have an opinion on. We've got these documents up on Conveo. We'll put them up there till September 24th. And at that time, like I said, we'll take stock of where we're at. We've also sent it out to a number of our internal partners, like Public Works, the Ag Commissioner, County Council, and some of the other in departments that review and comment on our projects, because they might find something that they could add to the code that would help their review or streamline their review. So we've also sent it out to our internal partners. We will be back before the Planning Committee next. We'll be at the Housing Policy Committee next Thursday and the Planning Committee the Thursday after that. And we'll continue to sort of chunk these, chunk the ordinance code updates that are relative to those two committees to them through September and beyond if we need to. So that's the end of my presentation. Like I said, I've got the expert consultants here digitally with me. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about the overall project or anything specific. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Questions from the board? Start with any other questions from the board?
You didn't have any, David? Not right yet. Okay, yeah, I do. And these are questions from a constituent who could not be here today. By the way, Quincy, thank you for that presentation. The high level kind of drilling down through the changes is really helpful to how to, go about reading this large document. So according to the changes, Title 17 changes, there's something about RVs on ag land. And the constituent wanted to know if it went to the Ag Committee first.
So the Ag Committee is really only involved in the zoning code when it comes to Williams Act. And so if it's not in a Williams Act property, on a Williams Act property or in an ag preserve, and there's not a discretionary permit proposed, then the Ag Committee is not involved.
Okay, and so is it true that most of these changes that are in Title 17 are because of state regulations and not staff recommendations or any other place?
No, I wouldn't characterize it that way.
Okay.
I mean, a lot of the changes are being made in response to state law, but the ordinance code is very outdated. It is not reflective of current society. There are a lot of land uses that come up on a day-to-day basis that were not even contemplated in the origins of the zoning code. And so it's vastly, other than some sections that have been, kind of piecemealed, updated as state laws have changed, from just an organization and just responsive to current land planning practices, it's out of date. And so some is being driven by state law, and some is just especially things like the wireless ordinance. When we take that to the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission's throwing their hands up, staff is throwing their hands up, because it just doesn't make any sense. And so there's those types of changes that aren't mandated by state law, but that just that processes that need to change.
Okay, so with regard to these RVs on ag land, what prompted that?
That's in the existing code, and so that's not something that I know the origin of why it is the way it is in existing code.
Okay, all right, that was it.
Sure.
Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Brandon?
No questions. Just was going to say that, I think this is a gargantuan effort. It's been, I think, about 12 to 14 months since we're getting these coming before the board. I hope we do take time to review them. Some of them we might pass immediately. Other ones we might send to committee or have more discussion on. As Supervisor Kirk and I saw with the wireless ordinance, there was, I think, a lot to be desired with what we had come back. And so it's a huge update, but I think it definitely needs us to scrutinize it and a lot more public input.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, so a couple of things, Quincy. Thanks for your presentation. And just as Supervisor Brandon just said, yeah, this is a huge effort, and it's we've got a lot of stuff that is out of date, and it needs to be, fixed, because we've got problems out there. This whole world is a constantly changing thing, right? Because there's always going to be new laws and new situations that come up. One of the ones that comes to mind, for me, we start thinking about things is some of the recent issues that have arisen out of the CAL FIRE Board of Forestry, and just kind of trying to figure out how we're tracking that, how we're going to, and I know that they haven't come to conclusions. It's still nebulous that it's, sitting there, but I'm just wondering what your approach is.
So the CAL FIRE Board of Forestry regulations currently are housed in Title 11, which is our road standards, and Title 15, which is our building code standards. And so with respect to road standards, when and if those come down from CAL FIRE, we would expect to update Title 11. Title 15 might need some tweaking based on an agenda item you're going to hear later about other Board of Forestry regulations that are coming out.
Right.
And then Title 16 is where we have the rules on land divisions. And so anything that comes out about how land divisions need to be reviewed or other approval processes that they need to go into would go into Title 16. So Title 17 is responsive from a land use perspective if certain land uses were allowed or not to be allowed in certain fire severity zones, which our county hasn't gone down that path yet. Things like wildland interface overlay districts, that would probably go into Title 17. Vegetation clearing ordinances would probably go into Title 17. Those are not a component of our proposal right now, but that's where I would expect to see interface with CAL FIRE regulations, is in those areas.
Okay, yeah, so thanks for the clarification, and wondering, in some cases, will there be a secondary effect, where they come down in effect here. The vegetation clearing ordinance, as you're aware, it's an area that is being discussed, amongst our fire committee, as well as, I think all the members of the board have expressed some interest there. So this will be a upcoming issue that will be discussed. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Well, I guess we'll go. And actually, I'll just say really briefly, I also agree with Supervisor Goldenberg that these are living documents, very much developing over time. Telecommuting 3 years ago was not nearly what it is now. Airbnbs didn't exist 10 years ago. There are many disruptive industries that are constantly being created and being dissolved, and changes in the way people work and live and commute. And so we need to be adaptable as a county planning agency to be able to not be, set in our ways just because we did things a certain way in years past doesn't necessarily mean that's the right way now. And so I think having this public process and opening these things up for discussion and analysis of new opportunities and new limitations, I think it's a really healthy process. And it takes a lot of work, and I really appreciate you being a leader in that. And it seems like this has been going on since I joined the board.
I think it has, and one of the things that we've learned through this process, is how important it is to have our approval processes and our approval permits streamlined, clear, and concise, so that we can insert land uses into those processes over the next planning horizon. And so if we can get the approval processes clear and lined out with how we want them, and then we can sort of just adjust land uses as we go along through that discretionary review process, that's a way to be to be amenable to the times that change. The other thing is for some of our processes, we want to make them technology agnostic. That's focus on the process and not necessarily the technology, specifically to our wireless ordinance, so that as we have technological improvements, we don't have to go back and change the wireless ordinance. It can just be processed along with it. So that's been something that I've really appreciated the planning committee's feedback on. And the Planning Commission is how do we write a wireless ordinance that can stand the test of time. And then lastly, the other thing, and Kathleen, maybe to go back to answering your question, is what is the code based on? It's also just based on best practices that our consultants have brought to us with their experience in other counties and jurisdictions. And so that's probably the other thing that's speaking into the process is what are other areas doing that are good and helpful and help the planning process that we are missing that we should consider adding into our code.
Okay, great. All right, so let's go ahead. If there are no other questions from the board, we'll go ahead and open up to public comment. Do I need to open a public hearing for this? Okay, so we'll go to public comment. Folks in the room can come up to the podium and speak, and then we'll go check the phones.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Campbell, longtime Tuolumne County resident and business owner. Comments on the Title 17 draft include specific requirements as, quote, maintaining buffer zones between non-compatible activities, and also a walkability standard of 1/2 mile or less to a transit stop. However, I found no specific standards for locating homeless shelters. If there is such a set of standards, I would appreciate being directed to them, please. The establishment of such standards prior to the establishment of a homeless shelter site, either on public or private property, would surely prove to be a good idea. As one example, the city of Gilroy has a very straightforward, simple, but well thought out, one-page set of standards, guidelines. In particular, they state that where a homeless shelter should be located near, like services that the residents will indeed require, and where they should not be located near, like residential communities, industrial activities, and several others. The Title 17 draft, interestingly, does include a section titled Primary Caregivers, with references to farm and seasonal workers. Interesting. Under primary caregivers, I suspect there will be more language forthcoming in that section. Interestingly, the county press release put out on July 7th states, and this is a quote, in addition to supportive housing for 8 individuals within a permitted single-family dwelling, ag labor housing is also a permitted use. Therefore, no discretionary permits from the Community Development Department were required for Resiliency Village to operate at the site. So again, based on the residents there being considered ag workers. I want that to sink in. And yes, I anticipate more language will be forthcoming there as well. But what's troubling to me most is normally decisions and actions are undertaken consistent with the narrative of existing law. In this case, it becomes clear that the narrative of the law is being drafted to support prior decisions and actions. Actions which were undertaken in private, in part supported by a confidentiality agreement, never brought to the Planning Commission, and never subjected to a public hearing. And worth noting, even waiving the limit, of course the RV section has been addressed, but the message I want to leave you, and I'm short on time, but lady and gentlemen, if you wish the county to operate in a closed and disingenuous manner with your constituents, you're on the right path.
Okay.
If you wish to try...
Steve, I gotta cut you off there. I'm very sorry.
Well, I will be back to express, but I will actually be submitting this in writing to each of you. I think it's extremely important, and I am losing confidence in my county government, and only you can help fix that. Please do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the board for the ability to comment on the draft of the Title 17. My name's Ron Kopf, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Business Council and also the Tuolumne County Association of Realtors. I can see that there's been a lot of work by staff and the consultants to do this Title 17, and it does simplify, clarify, and improve many sections of the document. So thank you for that. So I have gone through it. I've commented on a number of areas, and I wanted to focus on a few issues at this time. There are several pages that deal with density bonus and affordable housing incentives that outline incentives and then require, if you get those incentives, you have an affordable housing component that you have to put in your project. Striving for additional density and more efficient use of the remaining desirable infill land that we have in the county is good because we need more housing and we need more affordable housing. We also need housing that's more affordable. The problem is that most, if not all, of the incentives are needed for infill projects to be able to achieve the density that is already allowed in the general plan and zoning. For example, I have to pull this down because my glasses are fogging up and I can't read. Our R1 and related LDR designation allows 6 units per acre, and that's a designation the county has applied to many undeveloped parcels in the county. Most of the housing developed in LDR are only developed to about half the allowed density because of restrictions related to our topography, environmental constraints, minimum lot size, setbacks, and other restrictions. So we're only achieving about half of what we're allowed. Title 17 is proposing fairly wide open space setbacks from center line of drainages and then stipulating another 200 setback from the designated open space. This would leave many properties not developable in this county or very inefficiently utilized. So if we're already protecting something with an open space designation, why do we need a large additional setback over that? Title 17 also proposes a minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet. However, if you multiply 6 times 7,500 square feet, you get more square footage than you have in an acre. So it's impossible to achieve 6 units to the acre. So I think we have to look at reasonable standards. I suggest maybe looking at 5,000 square feet and maybe some additional density incentives go lower than that. If you look at other inclusionary ordinances in the state, 25% of our areas have inclusionary ordinances. Very few are in rural areas. Most are in urban areas because you actually get additional density. So my recommendation is that if you're going to provide incentives, let the person achieve the density that's allowed. And if they actually can achieve additional density, then take a percentage of that additional density and apply that to the inclusionary ordinance, not just take these incentives and let somebody get half the density that they can get and then still require the affordable housing that adds more cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, welcome.
Hi there. I'm Betsy Hurst, president of the Tuolumne County Association of Realtors, and et cetera. Okay. Thank you. So more housing is a definite need in our county. We need workforce housing. That would be rentals and housing that's affordable that people can purchase. Employers need to provide goods and services for our residents and the tourism industry that drives our local economy. Clarifying, simplifying, and streamlining the Title 17 is needed for us to achieve more needed housing and to attract groups to develop. This Title 17 has many desirable additions to do that. The issues are always in the details, and I encourage you to make additional changes to enable projects and achieve additional density and to be able to provide more housing that's affordable. It is very expensive to plan and develop an infill project. Land costs, planning and entitlement costs and timeframes, financing and site development costs, and then the county required fees and mitigation. It is then expensive, very expensive, to plan and develop housing in an entitled infill project. The architecture, permitting fees, Geiger, traffic, school, parks, recreation, water and sewer, etc. and skyrocketing lumber and material costs, lack of labor, and construction trades. In rural areas, affordable housing is mostly addressed by nonprofits like the Visionary Group that's going to be doing the project in Sonora, and the county has allocated $500,000 of grant funding to. These groups are needed, and Tuolumne County Association of Realtors encourages the county to put in place viable incentives and conditions, not disincentives, that allow our private development sector to contribute housing that is affordable to help meet our county housing needs. Okay, that being said, the 30-day trailer on the property or mobile home, I think that is different than if the property has an active permit and they can stay longer than 30 days. Correct, Quincy? Yeah. And then...
Well, ask your questions and then I'll have her address that.
And then the zoning that allows for more than one mobile home or trailer to be on a property, is that only mobile home park designation, or is that a different type of zoning? There's several properties in different areas of the county where people are living in trailers, where a single family residence would be, and I would imagine the zoning's RE2 or RE5, and those properties now have multiple people living in multiple trailers. What do we do if that happens? Who do we report that to? Do we tell you about it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And so, yeah, there were a couple questions there. So could you address the 30-day mobile home question? And then...
So I'd refer the public to, let's just see, I'll give you the current code section because that's, this text isn't changing. 1764020, where talks about the storage of RVs and talks about that if you have a stored RV, it can't be used as shelter for more than 30 days in a calendar year. And then also further in that permit, there are other provisions for commercial coaches and RVs if it's being used as a temporary business quarters or if it's in conjunction with a building permit. There's different time links for all of those things. So that's where that is right now. And then I'll find the code section for where those things are proposing to go to and would direct the public there to look for any changes.
And then the issue of more than one mobile home in like an RE2, RE5 situation. Do you want a little time to look into that?
I'm not sure really what's the question you're asking me.
So if I see my neighbor's got a bunch of fifth wheel trailers on their property, and I see a lot of people coming and going from there, and there's a car parked in front of each one of the trailers every day, my spidey sense would tell me that they're probably renting those trailers out. Who do I contact to report something like that?
Sure.
And is it, first off, is that a violation of county codes? And then who would I report it to?
Yeah, so everything, the best advice I can give is for someone to contact our code enforcement division, because it depends on the zoning. It depends on if there's existing permits on the site. It's not something that I can categorically say that categorically across the county, if someone saw something like that, that might be a violation. So the best thing to do is if someone has a concern that there's a land use violation or a solid waste violation, housing, et cetera, is to contact our code enforcement division. All of that contact information is on our webpage, and we will investigate and open a case if necessary.
So, okay.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Adams. I'm a resident here in Tuolumne County for over 30 years. My husband and I are business owners and homeowners. And actually I didn't come here prepared to give any kind of speech. This is something I wanted to come and get educated about. I've been very frustrated with what's happening in our county with what you're speaking about today. So it was a really short notice that I was told about this meeting. But actually what was asked before me and what this woman is explaining is actually what the frustration that I've been experiencing for over 15 years. And I've actually come to a county board meeting before about. So currently, I've had a landlord who has multiple shacks on his property below me. My property and the properties above me, we're at Green Acres Road off of South Sunshine, East Sonora. It's really frustrating because we all have 500,000 plus value homes that we've been working hard on. My husband and I built our homes ourselves. And it's really hard because, and then currently I did put in a complaint last week to, I believe, compliance. I was in the buildings next door last week because there is what you just said is happening in my neighborhood. I've been battling it below me. I've got another home below me that has now many marijuana plants growing. I've got a homeless shelter, what I believe is a homeless shelter. There's a huge pile of solid waste trash, mattresses, garbage, 2 trailers, and this is residential. And so as a citizen here, I love Tuolumne County, and I want to be a part of what's going on here to help. And I don't want to be one of the people, like many others, that we know that are leaving, taking their businesses. We have a prosperous business here, and our family's rooted here. And I feel like that would be my heart to say to you, is that I don't want to see Tuolumne County decline anymore. I don't want to be forced out of selling my home because this is happening around me, and it's something that I lose sleep over and I'm worried about. And I'm not here to just complain, but I'm asking for help and answers of what to do and what can citizens do to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's a fantastic question. How can citizens help guide this process and put new restrictions in place where they are appropriate and alleviate restrictions where they're either unnecessary or that they're causing more harm than good?
So if the public wants to help shape their communities, they should go online to our website and look at the draft chapters of the ordinance code and make comments on sections that they feel should be changed, altered, updated, broadened, narrowed. And so that's the best way for the planning department to know what the community values, so that we can then translate that into ordinance code and propose it to the Board of Supervisors for review.
So they'll go on that website, they can make comments on specific elements of Title 17. That goes to you first, and then you have a chance to review it, and then it goes to the Plan Commission, and then ultimately it'll come to this Board of Supervisors.
Right, and included in that will be our committees, our Housing Policy Committee, our Planning Committee, and also depending on the nature of the comment, we may need to take it other locations to make sure that we're hitting all of the advisory boards that may want to put input in on a certain part of our ordinance code.
Yeah, and I really hope folks will take advantage of that, because we do read these things that we put. In fact, if you have 4 or 5 people saying the same thing about an item, that's an overwhelming comment sometimes on these items. So it's really significant. We put a lot of weight on the public comment for these types of things. So please take advantage of it. Hello, welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Debbie Shaw, and I live on Lambert Lake in District 4, and our property is zoned RE5, single-family homes. In reviewing the proposed changes to the zoning for RE1 through RE10, I was alarmed to see that changes would allow transitional and supportive housing, residential care homes, nursery schools to be permitted uses, with, it appears, not having to get any pre-approval. I believe this is a serious mistake. Most of our county is high fire danger. These changes would allow who knows how many units all over the county with no review process and little supervision, exposing county and residents to serious fire risks. Residents would have no say in their existing neighborhoods. Allowing people to add numerous tiny homes on parcels all over the county, which cause a huge impact to current county services, including the already understaffed and underfunded sheriff's office. This could also affect homeowners insurance coverage for parcels. Our insurance would increase if we had additional outbuildings, in-law units, etc. Many residents are already having trouble obtaining affordable homeowners insurance. Additionally, the 3 cities Placeworks listed for examples I feel are not good comparisons. One is a rural area in Colorado of 6,800 people. The other two, Redwood City with 86,000 and Grand Rapids, Michigan, 200,000, are nothing like our county. They are very urban, densely populated areas, which are nothing like Tuolumne County. These are not appropriate models to use. They are not making adjustments for our rural area, and especially our county with limited financial resources. I believe any changes should be made with serious thought and considerations for the impacts these changes will have now and in the future. I moved here because I love the area. We've been here 3.5 years now, moved away from the Bay Area, did not like all the forced density, caused traffic problems, stick things in neighborhoods, drug rehab and alcohol rehab in some of the less affordable neighborhoods because they know the people can't say anything. They don't have the resources. You'd have big nonprofits come in and buy up houses and put these things in these neighborhoods and forget the residents. So I just ask that you really consider these changes seriously. And thanks for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the room like to speak? Okay, I'll look to the phones. We do not have anybody calling in. Okay, bring it back to the board. Any other, I think Supervisor Kirk, you said you wanted to listen to public comment.
Yeah, I saw some of the folks in the room, so I wanted to hear it. They said, in Quincy, for me, I'm not an expert in land use. Even though I'm a board member, I'll just tell you I'm not. But I appreciate that we have experts who are. But as I'm hearing people talk, I kind of want to just go through a few of these things, just see if maybe you can answer them. And what it sounds like to me, too, is that obviously your office is very open to communication and hashing out some of these questions or details. But I'll just go from the last, because that's the most fresh in my mind, kind of go backwards a little bit. But Debbie was just talking about like RE5 and transitional housing and whatnot. Those things, if they are in title, is that something that the county has control over, or is that a state mandate? Those changes to those designations?
So I'm going to cue my consultants because they are my experts on what is local versus what is state. So Amy and Charlie from PlaceWorks are joining us virtually, and I'm not sure which one of you guys want to take that one regarding the changes to the residential districts with respect to transitional housing and some of those other land supportive housing.
Hi, good afternoon. Amy Sinsheimer with PlaceWorks. And transitional housing, supportive housing, and the daycares are all in response to state laws going back to 2007 and then some more recent. So the way that they're shown to propose to be allowed is in response to state law.
Thank you. I think that's what I was looking for, is just a short, sweet answer. State law, which obviously I think I'll just leave it at that. I don't know if we have discretion over those things, it sounds like, because it's the state.
No.
Okay. So,
no.
When it comes to, I think Ron had brought this up, reasonable standards, he talked about inclusionary, providing standards. I mean, he said so much. I was trying to keep track and take notes. First of all, do you know what he was talking about? And are you able to expound on any of those concerns?
Yes, I know what he's talking about.
What was Ron talking
about?
Because he's yeah. Hey, I'll at least call it out and say, because what I like is it sounds like a reasonable conversation is how do we hammer out some of those details to understand clearly where we can or can't. I heard you had mentioned earlier about how sometimes you come to situations where there is no really clear direction, so you go to county council. Like how do we get through issues like that and those things that he brought up?
Sure. So some of Mr. Koff's comments, I've been watching them. They've been coming in on our Conveo platform, and so we'll be responding to those, internally and through the rest of our public outreach. But one of the comments that I've heard from individuals before is I need to request deviations from the code, and there's a way for that to be requested. And in order to even build to the density that you're allowing me to build to. So why is it that just not even in code? Because it's sort of like when we get cell towers and they don't meet a setback, and so they request a variance, and we have these sort of unnecessary variances that we keep issuing for cell towers when we should just change the code so that we can actually build the tower. So I think that that's where the comment is coming from. And Amy and Charlie, we've talked a little bit about that. And do you want to add anything about PUDs versus affordable housing versus density bonuses?
Sure. So I think there were a couple things in the comments, but to respond to your question just now, Quincy, the density bonus section has been overhauled to comply with current state law. So what's in the proposed draft is going to allow a lot more than what was allowed in the county code before if a density bonus is requested. And that has been getting updated almost every year under state law. So, and it has been getting more permissive under state law. In terms of PUD versus a density bonus, so then the state density bonus, if requested, and if someone comes forward with a project that meets certain levels of the requirements in the state density bonus, then they get those incentives and they get that density bonus. So it's not really discretionary in the same way that a PUD would be. So that is likely to streamline the process. Charlie, I don't know if you want to say anything about that question, and then we can talk about the standards as well, if you'd like.
No, the only thing I would add is that, Mr. Kopp makes a good point in that if there are standards that have been in the code for many, many years that aren't the subject of a need to change the code to streamline development, expedite review, or meet state law, but there's still outstanding and longstanding issues in the community, the right way to approach this is, as he's done, is comment on the draft, let us know, because there's no right or wrong set of changes to make beyond the ones we've talked about to try to make development fit the community's needs better. So this is a really good discussion in that if there are setbacks or there are, lot coverage requirements or height requirements, as Quincy was talking about for towers, if there are things that just aren't working, yes, please bring it to our attention, because there's always more that we can do in this code update to make the code work better.
Cool. So keep the questions coming, it sounds like. And then the last thing I want to say, because Campbell said a lot of things too. I think what I was writing down and what I think at the heart of what he was saying and kind of what I was getting was there's specific requirements, there's standards under Title 17. And how do we speak to, can we speak to, or I don't know if this is the right form, but it sounds like he feels like with this this homeless shelter thing that we're basically requiring builders and people to follow certain standards and rules, and then we're turning a blind eye to other things going on. Can you speak to that situation, or is this the proper forum with a homeless housing situation?
I would assert that I bet builders and developers don't think that we're letting them do whatever they want to do, or that we're I would assert that, but. There are standards in the code for emergency shelters. They're proposed in 1758. I'll prep Amy and see if she wants to talk about that for a little bit. But we do have standards for emergency shelters. And again, a lot of these things regarding shelters, low barrier shelters, transitional housing, these are coming from state law, and it'll say things like any place you allow a single family home, you have to allow this type of land use to occur. And so then that process does become ministerial. And then there is nothing other than a building permit that would be required for that type of use to go in. So Amy, is there anything else you want to, or Charlie, I'm sorry, add on on homeless shelter standards? And then I also did hear things like primary caregivers, farm and seasonal workers. We have primary caregivers as that is added to also help us, because we have a section in code right now that allows for essentially a second dwelling unit if you need to be a primary caregiver to someone on your property. There's a section in code that allows for that to go in. And so this definition helps us ensure that that process is not being abused. So Amy, Charlie?
The only thing I would add is, I think the Gilroy example is a very good one, but it's nuanced in that housing for the homeless is allowed, as you said, in any zoning district. And what the guidelines are trying to do is, if you're doing a large-scale development, is guide you. That is, there's words like should. They should be located in certain places, away from schools, away from parks, et cetera. And at a certain scale, it requires a conditional use permit, which has not been litigated and may indeed survive. So I think Gilroy has taken a kind of a multiple parallel extra steps of trying to separate things that are really large scale and require them to be more than ministerial. But in trying not to counter state law, which prevents the city from doing so, has made the location and the criteria encouragement and guideline and not the standards. So they're kind of trying to draw this fine line that could be instructional for us, just to make sure that any shelter or large scale navigation center is located in a place where it's not going to, by virtue of being there, exacerbate current problems, including homelessness. But it's not quite the same as just being able to say, forget state law, we're going to regulate the way that the state has not anticipated.
Thanks, Charlie. And yeah, and I would just add that, that this board does not have the ability to not allow certain types of development in certain zones. That's not, if the state mandates that we have to allow by a ministerial, which means no extra use permit, no site development permit. If we have to allow things to be constructed in certain areas, that's not the fault of the board. That's a direct from state law.
All right, any other questions from the board? I guess he just stepped out, but I did, one of the things that Mr. Kopp had said that I wrote down was in reference to you can't put 6 units on an acre. Is that, how do you define that? Is it?
Yeah, so it's can't put 6 units on an acre when you're building one level. You can take advantage of 2 stories of multiple levels to try to increase your density. This again is compounded by other rules and regulations that are outside the control of the county. Board of Forestry has rules and regulations regarding setbacks. They're saying now that you need to have a 30-foot setback from your property lines. We have lots in Tuolumne County that are less than that are 25 feet wide. And so, when we're looking at 6 dwelling units to the acre, it's not necessarily county road standards or sidewalk standards or landscaping standards that are preventing that development from achieving the max density that's allowed in a zoning district. A lot of it comes from state law. And the other thing that challenges meeting max density is that, as we say, the easy lots are built on. The flat lots with public water, public sewer, those are typically already built on. And so we're dealing with lots with topography that require grading or that are proposing wells and septics where we have to have additional setbacks for sanitary systems and water systems. And so that all of that infrastructure makes achieving the density more difficult. And so certainly should the county consider allowing smaller lot sizes in R1, there's no problem with that. That is definitely something that the county can consider. But there's a lot of challenges to maxing out your density in the topography that we have, with the infrastructure that we have, and with all of the other rules and regulations that neighborhoods need to comply with.
Yeah, and that, that's something that I honestly struggle with a lot, because we've had a number of people share stories of seeing trailers and RVs and in an unpermitted way on properties, and I would put that as that's your potentially very dense type of housing, probably much too dense a situation if we're permitting, large numbers of mobile structures on some of these residential properties. But then there's also this housing issue where we do not have anywhere near the amount of affordable housing that we need in Tuolumne County. So we do need some mixture of dense affordable housing. But where does that go? And, when I think of the communities that are like ours in terms of topography, that do have denser housing, they tend to be very, very wealthy. And so if you have enough money, you can overcome a lot of these geological problems that we have. But we need affordable housing on land that is not, say, cost effective to develop for affordable housing. So, we're in this chicken and egg or between a rock and a hard place type situation where we want the high density affordable housing. We don't have necessarily the sites that are necessary for it, or not enough of them. And so there's only so much you can do as a county to encourage that type of development. On the other hand, we also don't want to allow too much of the it's another, you could argue it's another form of high density, low income housing, which is, mobile homes and people. I can see it from both sides because it's people trying to make do and people trying to find a place to live. But, I look at some of the communities in my district, Crystal Falls, for example, has very few of the properties are on sewer, and most of them are on septic systems that were designed more as sort of a weekend getaway type house than a permanent living structure. So you have people living in the house permanently, and if you add an RV or some other kind of temporary housing to that, the system can't handle it, and then you get these frequent sewer leakage issues that we have in Sullivan Creek. It seems like almost every year now something like that happens, and it's because of exactly this problem. So I don't necessarily have all the answers to that, but I'm really eager to go through this process and hear what ideas the community has. So thank you to everybody who's commented and for sharing your ideas. I think Supervisor Brandon, did you have any questions or comments?
Yes, I did, Chairman. Thank you. I'd kind of chime in between with remote attendance. Quincy, I just want to say that I think the tables, as well as with the PlaceWorks, are really helpful with the zoning, as well as what's required for the hearings and forums and approval processes. That really does make it a lot more straightforward. We have our inclusionary ordinance, but to my knowledge, very few people and developers have actually used that. So my question is, SB 35 was passed at the state to expand. I mean, we're at about 10% with inclusionary ordinance. I believe you can stack those up to 50% and have a whole new set of concessions and kind of agreements you can do with the developer. Is this in the density section updated to SB 35 standards?
Amy, do you want to answer that question?
So yeah, the current maximum density bonus for any project except a project that's 100% affordable is 50% under state law, and that's what's in the draft.
Okay, that's great. And I just wanted anybody who's watching from the public, this is talking about stuff like student housing, veteran housing, low-income housing, really any of these groups that are workers, get an education, or really needing the support. And so that's a great opportunity. I completely agree. It does seem like it's a huge issue that our density does not necessarily match what the maximum lot sizes multiplied out would be. I would like to see that in line. So if it's a 6 units per area, density, the parcel sizes are going to add up actually to, the size of that project there. There's another issue that's come up too at different points is some of these large projects here, especially I think with local developers who might have not quite the capital to pull a full project off immediately, is having a multi-stage approval process. Is that already taken care of in Title 17?
So there's several ways that you can accommodate a phasing of a project. One is that you can, and this is actually outside of Title 17, but the way that you would accomplish that is through the Subdivision Map Act. You could either get a tentative map approved and have your conditions phased, or you could do like what Peaceful Oak, I think it's called that, Peaceful Oak Estates on Standard Road has done, is where they got a subdivision map approved that had larger lots within the subdivision map itself to come back and phase at a later date. So there's a couple different ways that can be handled. And it's not necessarily through Title 17. It would be more through the Subdivision Map Act and the conditioning of a project.
Okay, so there wouldn't be a place where we could establish a multi-stage kind of project approval where not everything has to be done for the entire project at once?
So one of the challenges to being able to do that is the California Environmental Quality Act, because the California Environmental Quality Act, you need to make sure that you're looking at the whole of the action. And so there's ways to do like master EIRs or master projects, and then you can come back in with specific plans that do another level of environmental evaluation. So there's lots of ways that a project can be packaged so that you can you can be responsive to the changing market conditions, so that over time there's a way for projects to have more success at build out. But like I said, that's really through CEQA and through Title 16, which is the Subdivision Map Act. I'm looking at Cody just in case you're thinking of anything else in Title 17 County Council where that could be codified, but we'll look at that some more and see if there's anything that could be codified in Title 17 regarding project phasing. What I think happens a lot of times is we forget to plan for the phasing of a project. That's what I've seen when I've come in and tried to implement projects that were previously approved, is that we didn't plan for phasing. And so we approve a big project and then we try to tweak it to be phased later on, which just presents challenges that are kind of unique to each project that we look at. But we need to be more mindful in the front end of how we're going to build the project out so that it's we can phase it. We can phase it in the future.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Look forward to hearing from it. A few just specific things. I definitely agree with some of the by right provisions for development that I think will help be able to provide more housing, more economic investment here. I'd like to see an appeals process. We've talked about this before, but for historic preservation projects that do not go to the Planning Commission, it's just kind of an oversight that there's no way for the board to actually review that. If that doesn't exist in here, it seems like that might be the place. There's also in 17.94.40 under exemptions for wireless. One of the things is that local repeaters are classified as a minor wireless station. These are unpowered systems that are more akin to like a dish that you get cable or TV out of. I would like to see that potentially reviewed as an exemption category, since they are very low energy, unpowered, silent, again, regulated in the same way that we'd have a cable dish on a house. And then I believe there was one last thing I wanted to bring up on the open space. Now, as I currently understand it, if you have a project and 20% of that project is designated open space, I think you're able to be exempted from some requirements. Is that true, Quincy?
So the 20% requirement is not in ordinance code right now, Supervisor Brandon. Where that's housed is in the Wildlife Handbook, another drastically out-of-date document that the county over the last few decades has attempted to update with no success. So what we did is we sort of handled that in the general plan by creating a process for environmental review in the general plan that references the Wildlife Handbook, but doesn't it acknowledges it, and it plays a role in our current development process, but also being so out of date that it's just, we don't think it would actually, if you only relied on the Wildlife Handbook, you'd be missing a lot of other state, federal wildlife regulations that aren't captured in it. So
The 20% comes from the wildlife handbook. It's not in the ordinance code. And that is more of a CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act question, not necessarily an ordinance code issue that we would want to attack there.
Okay. Well, I'm sure you're itching for another huge, impossible project
No.
to dive into right after
Not
this.
that one.
I guess my closing point on that is right now it seems how we do open space. It's not necessarily contiguous or kind of with an environmental purpose. It's kind of a random allotment on a certain parcel. And if there's a way to be able to have that to where it's contiguous open space and not having not only open space, but 100-foot setback away from the open space, I think it just unnecessarily lowers density, means more land to house fewer people, and it's not necessarily doing what we want as a managed green space or an environment or habitat. So with that, thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, any other comments from the board?
I think the only other comment, and when he brought up the word appeal, is there a process in place for people as they go through this where they have an appeal process so they can get clear information as to why you arrive at the decision you make?
So there is a current appeals process in our ordinance code, which applies to a set of discretionary entitlements. What Supervisor Brandon is referring to is a process that's in Title 14, but that is worthy of looking into, where it allows the HPRC to make, the Historic Preservation Review Commission to make certain decisions that then there's not really a clear process of appealing that to the board. But one thing that we want to do in our updating Title 17 is be more clear in the appeals process, not on who can appeal, because that's we don't want to go there, but what can be submitted to the board on an appeal, what type of evidence and things like that. That's something that we'll be working really closely with county council on to make sure that we're following everyone's due process. But, right now the process is if you can appeal a project and you're not required to give a real detailed reason on why you want to do that. So we'll be working with our legal experts on the scope and breadth of what the county can require on an appeal.
Yeah, it sounds like some of the issues I brought up today that would be a great avenue to go through. Again, I don't have all the answers, but we're talking about reasonable standards, or we're 17 and how do we apply it over here but not over here. It would be great to have that open line of communication where people could go back and forth and have a clear understanding. Maybe we don't agree, but at least we have a clear understanding of why you or the department arrived at that conclusion.
So appeals are only made when the county makes a decision. Just the day-to-day application of permitted uses in a zoning code, there's not an action to take that can be appealable to a body. The way to appeal that is to have the county change the code. So just
No, I hear what you're saying. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Quincy, and thank you to all the members of the public who spoke today. These are very important decisions. They're not always very exciting when we're talking about land use, but really it is what makes our community look the way it is in generations to come. So very important, and often don't get a lot of public engagement in it. So those of you that have come to share your thoughts and ideas, really appreciate it. So with that, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 2:53. All right, welcome back to the August 10th meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. So we're going to go back to our regular agenda. I think we're on item 17. Am I correct, Ms. Ryan? I'm sorry, 7. Boy, I just upped our workload by 10. Yes. So item 7, I think is where we're at.
Item number 7, consideration of adopting resolution 70-21 to approve bylaws establishing a local juvenile justice coordinating council, JJCC, appointing a board member to the JJCC, and directing the board clerk to post notices of vacancy for the at-large positions.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Feels like item number 17. So just to to briefly go through this document with you and the three requests that I have of you. First of all, let me identify myself. I'm Dan Hawks, Chief Probation Officer. Pleasure to be here. These two funding streams that are at the heart of the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, the two funding streams being the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act and the Youthful Offender Block Grant. It's an alphabet soup here of various acronyms, but the world we live in. These two funding streams are our main state revenue streams, and the two of them provide us with the tools and services we need to, the Youthful Offender Block Grant really has to do with providing services to youth that have been adjudicated, youth that are in detention. So that grant typically goes towards services supplied at the juvenile facility. The other one is much more comprehensive, allows us a wide variety of items. It's focused both on prevention services, treatment services, and so we fund a number of different programs through these two block grants. So why are we here today? Well, it's in essence kind of germane to what was talked about in our previous item, with just doing some cleanup and making sure that we're not exposing the county to any kind of liability, and updating processes and procedures internally within the county to conform to state law and to not subject the county to any form of liability. And so let me first just state that we have been in compliance with the grant guidelines that were given and reporting requirements as they're administered by the Board of State Community Corrections. We've done all that they ask on this. We every year submit a state report along with documentation, and all of the various funding streams are identified that are put forward on this grant. But there are a few areas where we haven't been following the letter of the law, and that's the intent today. By adopting bylaws, these bylaws will ensure that we are doing this in a public and transparent manner, that we're abiding by the Brown Act, that we have all of the identified members accounted for that should be according to the code. And it also will address the future need, or very near future need, to have a subcommittee plan put forward regarding juvenile justice realignment. So that will be some additional funding and planning that will take place. There has to be a plan submitted and adopted by the board by January of next year. And so all of these things need to come out of the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council and be adopted by the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council. There were some additional bodies that were required to be represented within the juvenile justice realignment portion. So we've accounted for all of that in the bylaws. We've gone over this, the bylaws with County Council, and they've approved them. We've also had a meeting of the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council and received input and with regards to the bylaws. So now before you today is a request to adopt the bylaws by adopting the resolution that's before you. Also requesting that a member of the board be appointed to serve on the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council. I didn't want to make any assumptions, but I know that Supervisor Campbell had expressed interest, and we've had some conversations about it, and he's also reviewed the draft bylaws. So I don't want to make any assumptions. I'll let you guys, Rochambeau it or whatever you want to. Yeah. But we definitely need that input.
Yeah, and I think I set up. I'm willing to do it. It's important to me. I will make time for it. But I'm also, if someone else is interested, I'm not trying to keep anybody out of being involved with this. I think we just built a kind of a relationship over some of the MOUs and developing the program as it's come over the time. So I would like to see it through, but I'm still open if another supervisor would like to take this on.
Well, then I would second that if we vote, because if you have the relationships and you've been working on it, I honor that. So I think you should. I'm cool with that. I do sit on the CSAC Advisory Policy Committee, but I think it's good that the more people know about the criminal justice field, and especially the realignment, I think that's a good thing for our board. So if you want to take it, I'm all for that.
Could we amend this to, because this only recommends for a representative member, could we amend it to include a alternate?
I believe the bylaws allow for an alternate to be selected by the representative member in the event that they are unable to attend. So it would be up to whoever, whatever representative of that specific agency to appoint their own.
So if it's me, I'll pick you, and if it's you, you'll pick me.
Sounds good.
Okay, any questions from the board or other comments?
There is one last request too, there are 2 additional community member positions that will need to be filled. And so we're also requesting, or I'm also requesting, that we post notice of those vacant community level positions, and the board direct the clerk to do that. And we intend to utilize the same web portal that you have available for your committees and commissions. So that will be committees, commissions, and councils, apparently. So, and I don't know what the distinction is between a committee, a commission, and a council is, but by statute, this is a council.
Okay. So. And so it's just anyone interested from the community. It doesn't have to be somebody with a background in.
There is, so the at-large community member, obviously we would like to have somebody that has experience and knowledge and interest in this. The other community level positions specific to providing juvenile justice services within the community. And just having this matter posted on the agenda, I have heard from people that were interested in this already, which is encouraging. I've had a few different people ask about it. And so I would just direct anyone interested to submit an application via the web portal once it's posted, and we will vet those individuals. We'll bring it back before the board for final adoption of those vacant community member positions. And so, yes, that's the third ask.
I do have 2 recommendations.
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also had the same question about the alternate. One thing is it has the parliamentary procedures Roberts rules. I'd recommend changing that to Rosenberg's. Roberts is not very user-friendly. And Rosenberg's, that's what's used by the League of Cities, and it's in a few of our other documents. That might be a minor addition, but just to keep it consistent. The larger thing I wanted to recommend to the rest of the board, currently in the bylaws, there's only 1 at-large community member. And if you expand to the other 2 that are there with a little bit of background, we could say maybe it looks like 3 various community members that are not professionals, kind of in one of the departments in the field. I would recommend expanding that so that each supervisor on the board can be able to have somebody that's keeping them in touch with it, knows what's happening. And expand that to 5 public members. And I think one way to make sure that the numbers don't go too high is saying 5 public members, of which 2 have to be those specified positions: community-based drug and alcohol program and nonprofit community-based juvenile social services organization. That way everybody has a voice on there.
I will caution the board there. Santa Clara County is in the middle of civil litigation in this matter. They added an additional member that wasn't part of the statute, and they had a victim representative member added in as a third. community level position, and they are now being sued for that. So
Yeah.
it's, you know, it's.
That's what I was going to ask you. Could you explain a little bit how this is sort of by statute that this committee is set up and that we didn't invent this out of
Exactly.
whole cloth?
It abides by statute specifically. It follows that. So we did exactly what was required and no more. I can understand that it seems like it would make sense to have additional, ideally you would want probably one person from each of your districts represented as they are in other commissions and committees. However, our intent was just to get something before this board that abided to the letter of the law, and there are other counties that are being threatened with, actions as well. There was an injunction filed in several Bay Area counties regarding this. It's become a very contentious issue in larger jurisdictions. We haven't really seen that in Tuolumne County, and I don't expect that we would. However, just to make sure that we can do this as smoothly as possible, I'd recommend that we stick to just what's required by statute.
You okay with that? Okay. Oh, sorry. Go
I
ahead.
just was going to
Supervisor.
say, I agree with that. I think we should just stick to statute for this type of committee.
Okay.
Well, I'm fine moving forward with it. I do disagree. I think we should have more public input on it from all the districts. But that said, I do understand the get it on paper and be able to get it working, and we can always look at it in the future.
Well, and I would just kind of argue that you don't have to be a voting member to provide public input. I mean, it's a public committee, and all kinds of interested parties we would want to be involved with this beyond what we could ever have enough membership to contain. So
It's a great point. We, even though we didn't have the bylaws adopted in our last Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council meeting, we did have it posted by law according to Brown Act, and it was we had the team ability so that people could watch it remotely, and our intent is to provide notice and allow input. We do want input from the community.
okay, so any other, is there any public comment from the community? Okay. All right, bring it back to the board for more discussion or a motion. Yep.
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 70-21 to approve bylaws establishing the Local Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, JJCC, appointing a board member, in this case Supervisor Campbell, to the JCC, and directing the board clerk to post notices of vacancy for the at-large positions.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Half. Do we need to select an alternate now, or?
I wasn't sure on that one.
Your board can do that. And normally the process for the board is that you, as an entity, select the primary and the alternate.
Okay.
So
we'll just stick to that, I guess, then. So motion by Supervisor Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor, please say aye.
Do we need a roll call?
Oh, sorry. It's been so long since we've had a chance to vote on something today.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell?
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk?
Aye.
Supervisor Half?
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, great. So now we're on to item 9. We pulled item 8 from the agenda, so I'll look to the board clerk to read that for us.
Item number 9, consideration of comments to the Board of Forestry on the proposed rulemaking Fire Risk Reduction Communities List 2021.
Okay, happy stuff. No problems here, right?
Good afternoon, Board. Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services Coordinator, here to discuss a little information and help clarify, but real quick. And I put together a few little slides and we'll upload this for the public as well, but this just kind of summarizes the board memo, but just to give you a little context, somebody made a joke about behind the window or the curtain, but on April 23rd of this year, the State Board of Forestry announced their proposed rulemaking for the state minimum fire safe regulations. The public comment period had closed on June 22nd, and your board did submit comments. The following week, April 30th, the State Board of Forestry announced another notice of proposed action, and that was specific to fire risk reduction communities, which also then had a 45-day notice. We did not comment on that particular item. On July 29th, 2021, the State Board of Forestry then issued a 15-day notice of addition of documents and information to the rulemaking file and modified text regarding those fire risk reduction communities' original notice. That particular comment period is what I have before you today, which also ends August 16th. A few things real quickly. In the proposed action for the fire risk reduction communities, it establishes criteria that will be used to determine whether a local agency, which is city, county, and also local districts as defined in the proposed rule, best practices in local fire planning so that they may be prioritized for local assistance grant funding. It will develop a transparent, standardized, and equitable process for local agencies, the Board of Forestry and the Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, then to recognize dedication to fire planning best practices. It incentivizes local agencies which do not meet fire planning best practices or to exceed the Board of Forestry's minimum fire safety requirements to do so. And it creates a clear and standardized criteria to inform local assistance grant funding prioritization. So that's what the fire risk reduction communities list is planning to do. There currently is not a criteria to identify or prioritize fire funding throughout the state of California on any kind of criteria. It just is available to all entities to apply for. So they are creating a list and a criteria from which to create the list and then base their prioritized funding on for the future. The particular notice that we are bringing forward is just the addition of documents and information. They did revise some of the text, modified it, changed prevention to risk reduction, some other minor changes, kind of clarification. And they also included initial statement of reasons or supplement to their initial statement of reasons from the original notice back in April to clarify the local agency definition, as I stated, not just cities and counties, but other districts, to clarify meets requirement instead of has met the requirements. Also outlines that evidence of achievement specifies how that will be provided. The materials by which originally the first notice suggested or identified the only way to submit your requirements or proof of meeting those criteria was by email. So they've now expanded that to other avenues other than just email. And also identifies that the board will review within the 60 days of a receipt once you submit your, justification or record showing that you've met the criteria as outlined. And also, it does specify that the application shall be submitted by April 1st of even numbered years. So that would that would be what we would have to do as a county, is to provide that information by April 1st, then of every even numbered year. One of the things I would like to highlight specifically that is in the proposed rule, again, and I'll defer to County Council, who also helped review this, that we aren't not necessarily commenting on the original rule, we're just commenting on the text. But what is important in the criteria is that for a local agency that is a city or a county, in order to qualify to be placed on the fire reduction or fire risk reduction communities list, we will have to meet all of criteria 1 through 4, and then 2 of criteria 5 through 10. The 1 through 4 as listed is number 1, the applicant has adopted local ordinances designating very high fire hazard severity zones pursuant to Government Code 51179A, and then submit them to the Board of Forestry. The second criteria is that applicants who are counties have submitted the findings for all tentative and parcel maps approved for areas located in the SRA or LRA in that very high fire hazard severity zone. The third one, which I highlighted that we have already done, so this is a good thing, the safety element of the local agency's general plan has been submitted to the board for review within the last 8 years. And Quincy and I have spoken about this. She and her staff did a phenomenal job at making sure that that was presented. Board of Forestry staff were here to review, and we do have an approved safety element pursuant to Board of Forestry specific to those recommendations. The fourth area then that will be required is after July 1st, 2022, so that's less than a year away. A progress report on the most recent fire safety recommendations from the board upon subdivision review and a fire safety survey for each community reviewed within the jurisdiction. So these are some of the things that will be required of us in the future if we want to receive or be prioritized for fire funding in the future.
Hey, Dory?
Yes?
How do they define community?
I don't know. So definitely something. I can look real quick if it's in there. Now, some of the things that are happening is you're aware of that might coincide, obviously, with the fire safe regulations, which still have not been acted upon because many of the counties, including Tuolumne, were very vocal in opposing some of the language, is that they have done a survey throughout California as required under AB 2911 of communities that do not have a secondary egress. And Tuolumne County had several of those. And so it might be that tied to that definition, which is 30 or more homes without a secondary egress is one of those areas that they were looking for or recommending additional requirements for planning. So if I go then to the additional criteria, the 5 through 10, again, remember that we would have to meet 2 of these. There is, and I defer to Cody, County Council, there is a little caveat in their proposed about, the term I'm looking for, Cody, but is the household median income, the low income communities, and we do meet that. So we would only have to show that we're attempting to meet these 2, not to have these in order to be considered a part of the list.
Yeah, and just to clarify, there is a provision for low-income local agencies, and that's if the median income is below $64,352. If 2 or more of these criteria are not met in 5 through 10, as long as they are in the local agency's general plan, the safety element of the general plan as objectives, then that would satisfy the requirement.
So real quick, just the 5 through 10, as you can see, number 5 is the applicant has adopted 1 or more local regulations which exceed the minimum regulations adopted by the state in the fire safe regulations. Number 6, the applicant has adopted 1 or more local defensible space ordinance rule or regulation which exceeds state minimum regulations. Number 7, the applicant has adopted a wildland urban interface code stricter than Chapter 49.9 of Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations. Number 8, the applicant has adopted a zoning ordinance, special district, or special overlay zone that includes fire hazard mitigation requirements. Number 9, the applicant has adopted a comprehensive retrofit code or plan for existing homes. And number 10, the applicant has identified wildfire as a high priority hazard in a local or multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. This is highlighted because we definitely have done that already. It includes that in there, So really, what are our next steps? I did put together a very, very draft letter in understanding. This kind of was serving as a placeholder. As we looked at it, we thought we could go back to the original rule, but again, this notice is specific only to the additional documents and information that were submitted as a part of that. In this particular draft letter, is very generic, doesn't have a lot of teeth to it, and also is not specific to the overall rule, but it does ask at the end, as instructed in the notice, that we have to request formally the final statement of reasons once it's been prepared and agreed upon by the Board of Forestry. So that is where we're at on this. So happy to answer any questions. I will say, I don't, and I can look to County Council, don't know if it really will sway either way that we submit anything. It's very generic on the letter, but we are paying attention to what is happening with respect to these proposed and how they're all working together, even though they aren't presented in that way, I think. But that we also need to be aware, and as Quincy mentioned, as we move forward, we need to have some of these items in our sites and work towards them so that we have them in place before next year, if this rule becomes final, so that we can continue to seek and receive future fire funding for our community.
Okay. Comments, questions, or additions?
I did send you a thing about the letter. Thank you for speaking to it. And it sounds like, looking back, a lot of the questions we have submitted, recommendation changes, like you said, this is kind of a formality. I thought maybe it would be another opportunity to ask or put some more teeth into it. But as you stated, we've had so many meetings with these people and sent them revisions and requested, and I think we all just feel like it's just not going our way. So anyways, thanks for speaking to that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Appreciate staying on top of this story. This comment letter, do we need to authorize the board chair to sign a letter to send or anything like that? Or, I mean, I'm looking at the date. We're not going to meet again before.
Yeah, and so I don't know if County Council wants to add to this, but unless there were any changes, then absolutely we would want to send something to be on the matter of record that we are following this. We are concerned. We do agree that fire safety and fire risk reduction in our communities is a huge priority, and maybe just to have the letter submitted as a part of the record, it's not going to hurt us by doing that.
That's all I have.
I did have something too. So 1 through 4 we have to do, and then we have to pick 2 of the following 5 through 10, and we've already done 10. I'm just wondering, this board is going to eventually come together to decide on, after County Council has reviewed it, to decide upon a hazardous vegetation ordinance code. Would that satisfy any one of these under 5 through 10? I mean, we're doing it anyway, yes. So hopefully it would satisfy one of those.
Yes, ideally under number 6, whether it's a defensible space or even, it's something that I know that we have been talking with Quincy about looking at, and we will have to, have more conversation with County Council. The Fire Safety Advisory Committee is discussing and reviewing a specific vegetation, and we would want to make sure that it meets or exceeds those requirements, so that we could use that to kind of cross off one of these. Absolutely.
And then it would have to be done by a certain date next year?
Yes. Yes,
So
April.
that would be the
Yes.
problem, because there's a lot of community education that goes into that.
Yes,
But
absolutely.
I'd rather do something we're already working on than just pull something out of a hat.
Yes.
Okay.
And this is part of our, staff recommendation as well. We're going to need the support of the board and direction to, continue working on this so we can get to this point, within those timeframes.
Yeah, and Supervisor Heff, you laid out the problem exactly correct, is that we're already working on a lot of these issues that the Board of Forestry wants us to work on, but they're accelerating the timeline in a way where we either have to accelerate our timeline to get in under their deadline, or we just adopt what they want, which is not going to be at all what is right in our community.
In our letter, maybe we ask for more time, because what we are planning on doing asks for community participation, and that takes time. So there's nothing wrong with asking for that. You know what's going to happen if you don't.
Yeah, we can add a line, and I'm looking over to County Council.
Yeah, I don't see any issues with that.
Yeah.
Supervisor Brandon? Okay, I'm not hearing Supervisor Brandon.
Hello?
Yep, now we can hear you.
Oh, that was weird. No, I don't have any additional comments. Just thank you, Dory, for keeping up on this. And I'm happy to see that there's at least some exemptions that might apply to our community or criteria.
Yeah, and I shared the sentiment. I mean, we've sent letters with a lot more teeth in the past, and so this is just kind of a continuation of that. One I guess small change I would make is that last paragraph, first sentence says, much of Tuolumne County's population located within very high fire severity. I would say nearly all of Tuolumne County's population is located. Just to really emphasize the fact that this is impacting almost everyone that lives in Tuolumne County. This is not some subsection of our population. This is the population that this falls under. And that would be the minor change I would suggest. Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up to, did you have another? Okay, open it up to public comment. Would anyone like to speak on this item?
Good afternoon, Ron Kopf. I'm still a little confused as to how this relates to all the other letters we've sent dealing with specific regulations that they were putting in. Is this just sort of, they haven't come back and said, yes, we're going with this program, or we're modifying it? This is just sort of a placeholder at this point?
So this is a separate notice. The fire safe regulations lay out, separately those items that they're proposing, and this board has responded to. This one is specific to creating a fire risk reduction communities list. Okay. And the only way that any city, county, or local districts could be prioritized to receive state funding for fire planning, fuels reduction, I'm assuming other types of CAL FIRE funding, you have to meet the criteria in order to be on the list. So it's separate than the fire safe regulations that they're proposing. It just happens to be all at the same time.
All right, so this is the list, and we're still dealing with all the regulations. They still haven't come back with any feedback on that at this point.
Correct.
Based upon previous comments we've had.
Correct.
Okay, I'm clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Something did just come to mind. I'll touch on it real quick, Dorian. I don't know if Liz or somebody else might know this, but I'm getting ready to talk to the insurance commissioner's office next week. Is any of this being discussed as we move forward on the insurance side of things? Have we heard anything about as far as how that might affect the FAIR plan?
And
I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, you're good. Yes, actually, and I think that this is one of those things that you can make an argument and something that we can utilize. That Tuolumne County is taking those steps to meet the criteria that's required in order to be a fire risk reduction communities or listed. I think Tuolumne County is one of those counties that has already taken those steps, but just not, in their detailed. We just have to kind of apply what we're already doing to kind of mark or check those boxes. But I do know that there's movement on the insurance stuff, and we need to continue in a fashion of supporting that argument that we are taking those steps.
Thanks, and I will bring this up when I talk with them.
Okay, any other public comments? Okay, bring it back to the board. So you're looking for a motion on, so the draft comment letter, sorry, I'm trying to pull up your memo here. So just the draft comment letter on the 15-day notice, correct?
Yes. And we're going to add nearly all in that fourth or third paragraph, the top line, and then just a comment about the implementation period.
Yeah. Okay, so is everybody okay with that? Okay.
Yes.
So I don't know if your mic was on. So the question was, what are we asking to extend the?
Yeah, we should say what we want. So what should we extend it to? June 30th?
Forever.
20
No,
years.
June 30th, September 30th? I mean, what?
So it takes effect April 1st of 2022. So
I guess
end of the year, December of 2022.
Is that going to, my concern would be, if we get on this and meet the criterion and have Tuolumne County listed, the sooner we're able to do that, the better, so that we would qualify for future funding grants. So I wouldn't want to delay it.
We shouldn't have to be pushed, though, in order and not do it right.
I understand that, but I don't want to just extend it out artificially too long either.
Well, we can always, if we are done before, if we say December and we're done by September, we're going to hand it in, right?
So we're saying December this year?
Well, no.
No. That we wouldn't want the regulation or we would not want this proposed rule to take effect until December of 2022 as opposed to April 1st of 2022.
Okay.
And to explain to them that we're already in process and that it will take that long due to educating our community.
Yeah, I think at least, so I'd be okay with that. Is that okay? Okay. Okay, so I'll go ahead and make the motion on staff recommendation with the two amendments aforementioned. Any seconds?
I'll second. I'm sorry.
Okay. So motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. I'll look to our clerk to read the roll.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Half,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much, Dory, and everyone.
Thank you.
Motion passes 5-0. I believe that's the last item we have on our regular agenda. Is that correct?
Just reports and.
Okay. So do we want to go into closed session, or do we still want to do reports? Are we okay foregoing that? Okay. So we're going to go into closed session. We still have 3 items, and so I'll look to our clerk to read those for us.
Okay, item number 10, closed session conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, Save Sawmill Mountain et al. Versus County of Tuolumne et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court Case Number CV 63579. Item number 12, closed session conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section Save Sawmill Mountain et al. Versus County of Tuolumne et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court Case CV 63614. Item number 13, closed session conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, one case.
Okay. So is there any public comment on closed session items 10, 12, and 13? Okay, I see that the room has been cleared, and I don't see anyone on the phones calling in. Do we anticipate a report out on any of these three items, County Council? Okay. So we'll go ahead and recess into closed session. Thank you very much, everyone, and for those of you over at home for participating.